Hello, everybody. Get my stream chat up and running, and the music just a tiny bit behind, as per usual. All right. Chat? Do I have the chat? Have it now. Gotcha. All right. Oh dear. That on top. And some music. Oh, we're truly good to go. Beep boop boop beep boop 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 bop bop. Sci-fi music. Resident Soothsayer. Hello. Hey, Michael, Arctic Fox, Griffin, Nino, Verathor, Chris. Griffin again. Hope everybody's doing good. I what's it called? Like, didn't you know, yesterday I thought I was live and I wasn't. Think I'm live for real this time? Always gonna be worried about that now on a small scale thing. Manor lords, manor lords, manor lords. The messages, they never stop. Oh god, there's so much crap on my computer open still. Sorry, I had all these things going on. From earlier today, actually, and then I just got a burger, and then now here I am. But I forgot that not everything was quite ready. That's there. I had a second chat hiding away here. There we go. All right, we're actually good now. Lighting a bit bright. Maybe we'll just tone that down just slightly. Ah, and I'm missing the little chat thing in there, haven't I? Not that it really matters too much, but let's just get it while I'm here. Bonk. Oh, okay. Alright, we're ready to go. So today I thought what I could be doing in the world was, I wanted to do maybe some of the cosmetics here at the beginning again, but also then, as the title would suggest, hook up some drones to the world and start replacing some of the fuel types with rocket fuel. Or sorry, liquid biofuel, but like using the rocket fuel to get the liquid biofuel to the trucks, and then we can free up a coal node or two. Hello, it's Philly. Oh yeah, I'm finished my drink actually. It's later in the day. Have I been? I'm good. Yeah, I've been just busy. So yesterday, if people remember on my stream, I won't go too deep into it. There was like an email that I got about like possibly being evicted. You can go watch that if you want to know more about it. It was in the first 30 minutes, and I was just, you know, dealing with responses to that kind of thing. Everything's good. I think I'm okay, but I think they were trying to like kind of pressure or bully me a little bit, and ain't gonna work. Checked out like kind of legal things and my situation, and I'm like, no, I'm okay. So yeah, should be all fine anyway. But that's just been on my mind, so I've been very like busy with that. I was up till like 4 in the morning, like drafting like going over my tenancy, UK law, the government websites, and then feeding it all into AI to double check things, getting all the logs of WhatsApp messages I have and emails back for like 4 months with my landlord and letting agents and stuff. Just had to get everything correct and like make sure I had every T crossed and I dotted or whatever. And yeah, I'm pretty at ease now after having read everything, knowing that like I haven't done anything wrong, so it's all good. And so they won't be able to do anything. I think they've just and I kind of got an email back today that kind of confirmed. They were like, oh yeah, actually, like we can't evict you, so like good. Yeah. All right, so oh yeah, we could hook in our little what's it called, like console commands. So we have this one. There we go. We are active, so we should have shiny things now. Yeah. Love it. All right, so at the end of the last stream, basically we just set up drones. So so yesterday basically we made the frame for the railway stations here. Right, so the kind of house structure for the railway stations, all well and good. Quite happy with how they've turned out overall. Still more to be done though. And then down here at the Rocketfuel factory, we changed the numbers around to make a little bit less power so that we could then bottle up some of the rocket fuel and power drones. I never actually did the math and the numbers on it. I'd like to do that like in Milanote. So for the first hour here, maybe we'll just be doing a little bit of cosmetics, adding some stuff to Milanote. I'll try to be good with the time this time around. So cosmetics. Then after that, yeah, so I'll say organization on the rocket fuel. So we'll go and check if everything's still running correctly, because it'll take a while to know for sure. If people remember, in the previous stream, I flushed the fluid buffers of each of these things. So the fluid buffers are down at the very end. And basically, it was pointed out to me that if your fluid buffer is full, or like empty, let's say actually if it's empty, and you've got a line just going straight through it. So I'm the buffer, and there's a line going straight through it. It'll take until the buffer fills up to halfway before the rest will continue out at the proper rate. So it's almost like it gives most of its liquid or gas to the buffer before the rest will be pushed out the other way. Yeah, it might actually just be a gas that does that. Anyway, I didn't know that, so it kind of means that these might run out of power again and then come back on because I flushed the buffers completely. So they actually have to fill to halfway before everything will kind of balance out. Is one of these just red? Oh yeah. Is what it is. That might have been recently that I did that. I have that color swatch on. Oh well. Anyways, so yeah, we'll come back in a few minutes and see if that's emptied out and everything's running okay. Then after that, it's going to be drones in the... Could go somewhere different. Maybe at the iron factory. I could hook up delivering biofuel in there. That might be kind of nice. And we haven't been to the iron factory in a while, so it's kind of cool. Drones for the iron factory. And then drones for the... I guess, copper factory, why not? And then after that, it'll be drones for the kind of silicon factory. And they'll each have the same setup. It's going to be like one drone taking in fuel and another drone flying out to get liquid biofuel. So there'll be 2 needed for each one, at least. Yeah. Okay, so there we go. To-do list. Drones, cosmetics. I'll just type organization at the TFF, the rocket fuel factory. It didn't save for some reason. There we go. Cool. What up, Darren? Been checked out. I've been checking out your latest Let's Play in Satisfactory, and I have been really enjoying it. Thank you, Ruben. You know the good work. Thank you. I'll try. Nice stressful way to end the week. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, Rosie was kind of stressed about it, so I felt like I should figure it out. I actually genuinely just wasn't too worried, because I was just of the mindset that they can't really do anything. I really don't think they can do anything. And turns out they can't, but it was good to know why. Not just have a feeling about it. Right, so going to go over to the aluminum factory, just keep working on a little bit of cosmetics here at the beginning. I am having the weirdest graphical glitch. The outline of my drones is glowing red. It's not the color of the drone. It's almost like it's electrified. It's not... They're highlighted to be dismantled, are they? Are they all doing that? Because I've sometimes seen it where vehicles have that red outline, because it's like you're dismantling one. But if you just hover over it with the dismantle tool and then hover off, it goes away. It's like it was there or something. Alright, so in the previous stream we added kind of this area. There's lots of little things I want to kind of clear up. Like just, you know, containers lying around. I want to put some paving down. Just like finish this place up properly. And try not to take too long doing it. Maybe sort out the power situation too. Wondering what we do for walls. I think I said that we just copy the wall layout on the other side over there. Yeah, I reckon we'll just commit to something. If I don't like it, we'll change it on the fly rather than sitting around waiting, wondering what to do. So we'll just commit to it. So these are, excuse me, using the full frame window. On this side of things, it's going to be kind of weird because this is where the 2 factories sort of meet. I'm not too sure how best to join these. This is really where it would like to end. It's a shame because it is like a half foundation to a 1 foundation gap. Like, it could just be a solid roof that goes across here or something. Might be the easiest thing to do. But what do I do with this gap? Tough one. Bit of an awkward... Like, if that was just together, it'd be fine. For space, the way it's just done, it's just not. Could have been, though. No, I guess not, actually, because these are in the center of every refinery. They all do, and you can see them all glowing in distant parts of the map. Oh, wow. Yeah, no, I haven't had that. Strange one. Are you on experimental? I've been thinking, do you think packages should be returned when you use up the package fuel? Do you think adding logistics would be annoying? Yeah, we've had this conversation before. People often bring that one up. I would just say no. Yeah, I think it would be more annoying than anything. All it would mean is you'd need an additional truck. So basically, what you'd need to do if you're the designer of the game, and whether it's a truck or a drone, I guess your fuel output thing here would have to have a... Sorry, your fuel input would have to have an output as well. So it's like the cans go in, and then when the truck arrives and it gets new fuel, the used cans come out. And they need to do something with that. It's like... Is that interesting, really? I mean, it's okay, but... I don't know. People already don't use trucks enough, so I find it, like, fine. Part of me thinks, like, oh, you know, I know what people might think as well, which is you could use them to bottle up more fuel. Like, if you had a circular system, that's kind of fun. But a lot of the time, you're packaging the fuel somewhere way different. So, I don't know. I reckon if that... Yeah. What I feel like what would happen then is... You know, I'm delivering fuel via drone. Right, so a drone's going to fly in, drop off biofuel, and it's going to go into these slots. And if that was the case, that you had to then pull out empty canisters, you try to make everything be a recyclable fuel type. So the drone would fly in, and it would be told to kind of carry out another one would have to carry out the empty packages back to the fuel packaging plant and like repackage it and then send it back. It's like, I don't know, it's a lot of busy work for just having fuel running. So I'm okay with it. But it would be kind of cool for like a hardcore mode or something, or a mod or something. It's the same like I was saying earlier. It's like in the previous stream, you make components. Visually, they don't look like... It's like, how do I make that? You know, you have aluminum scrap, and it comes out, and there's like a big plastic container underneath it. A big orange plastic container. And it's like, all I did was send in liquid. How did I get that? How am I getting these out? You know, what's the component there? And then other people brought up, it's like, oh, it's just like wire to cable. Like, where's the rubber insulation going onto the cable? And you could make the argument, it's like, well, why not have it be uber realistic? Like, if you want to make concrete, you also need to provide fabric, right? They're wrapped in bags. Should we do that? I mean, you could. Is it more fun? Is it better? I don't know. It might be a little bit more immersive, just like the fuel thing, but is it better for gameplay? Probably not, you know. Experimental? Yeah, obviously I had nothing to add other than I haven't had that or seen it. I hope your GPU's okay, because I haven't seen that at all. Yeah, unfortunately I have no... I mean, I would verify files, check driver, maybe adjust settings, just to see is there a way to change it happening, but... Yeah, I don't know, other than that, you know. What could be done? To join the factories, beams is the answer you're looking for. Beams. Yeah, I know I'm just staring here. I just said I wouldn't do that, but God, yeah, it's a difficult one. Like, this wouldn't be able to go up here, would it? Look weird. Like, beams, I don't really know what I would do with the beams. Just beam from here to there, like over and over again or something. So if this came out to here, and then it was just a wall that goes down, I guess that's fine, isn't it, really? Just this bit, that'd be weird then. So you'd have to go out to like there. Because part of me thinks like, well, so what I'm thinking is make this a double, right? So this goes all the way down, so it's a closed gap. So we'll use another half foundation to fill that. So that's solid. You'd have like that. Then we just need stuff to fill in the kind of triangle bit here. On this side of things, we could have a unique kind of window. Some sort. Like reinforced windows or something so that you can kind of see out. And then... I don't know. Maybe this bit could come across. And then a wall could go down and we could have doorways and stuff. That's probably what I'll do. We'll just throw stuff down, see what it looks like. So nothing, I don't want it to be too complicated. Beams take a long time. But I'm sure creative-minded people out there could probably do it better than me. I'll just try to get something going. Otherwise I spend forever doing it. The Z fighting! The Gen Z! I'll always think that now, every time. Right, 4 meter foundation. That's the wrong one. 4 meter half foundation. Sure. That might need to move. Well, not really, actually, I suppose. Ripping into the tree a bit, but I don't think you'll really notice it. I'd like to keep that tree there. Put vents there. I'm open to putting vents there. I just still... oh, yeah, there. Yeah. That could be cool. This would have to be a 2 meter, probably. So we already have that going here. Because this is going to be continued as coated concrete, probably. That can kind of continue all the way over. That look nice. So having a dual band of that might look a bit weird. What else do I have available? Maybe beams is the answer. I like the idea of windows, but vents could be cool too. Alright, let's do this lower down actually then. Maybe that could just come across here, and if the wall comes down sooner than that, maybe it'll still look okay. This would mean that there's no... Oh yeah. Let's try this for a sec. Oh yeah, that'd be fine. Yeah, vents would be great. You're right, with the refineries here, it would look kind of cool. So vents and windows, I'd be down with. Hey, Echo. And hey, Avish and Zaid. Sorry I didn't see you guys. And Orion. God, wow, I missed a bunch already. Right, so these angled window frames are kind of neat. Although I was thinking the reinforced ones, but these are probably just as fine. Bring this all the way across and then we'll carve out gaps for where the vents could go. I guess one problem I haven't solved yet is what do we do on this side? I suppose maybe something like this, right? We have the white walkway on this side, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the edge. Maybe do 4 indivisible. 1, 2, and then it would have to be 3 and 4. Sure, I'm okay with that. Have our stairs in there then on this side to get down to the logistical floor somewhere here. That could be okay. I'll tell you what, we'll just get rid of that so I can color it the same. I'll just grab the other material. I just got interested in this game about a week ago. Mostly because I came across one of your videos. Much appreciated. And thanks for what you do. Thank you. No problem. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the game. Alright, nice. Looking good so far. Alright, so we have these bands that come across here, and then I don't know how they're going to go down. We could just have big giant pillars that come down at the halfway mark. So 1, 2, 3, 4, straight down, something like that. So will that intersect? Yeah, that'll interrupt the smelters. These are active, are they? Yeah. We're a little close, but oh well. We could just push. I could push it in. I don't think it's a problem, really. Because where else does it go? I don't want to fill in that spot. Next YouTube video is Sunday for Satisfactory. Damn. Cosmetics, man, they're difficult. It takes so much time to figure out a good layout when you're dumb. Or not creative like me. Well, what I'm looking at is like this will come out to here, right, as a roof over this floor. And it'll continue on. And there's nothing on this part at the moment, actually, so it could just continue all the way down. It's just weird that a part of it is like... Alright, let me just have one more look. A part of it's smelters, and the machines can go quite high up. You can't go that far down, actually. Then I'm just thinking, like, how do we end this side of things? I mean, you don't have to. I mean, it could just be the edge of a room. Yeah. Alright. Let's try to commit to something instead of being so indecisive. This is so difficult. Right, well, we can't go any further over to the left than that, because that's where all the stuff is. So I think I will have to just have this band go across here, and that'll be fine. That'll go all the way down. That'll be it, yeah. So we don't need a thing going all the way down. This will be just an additional room then. A mini hallway that leads over. That's fine by me. So go to there. We'll have a couple lights in there, just to carry us over. Statics are the toughest game, yet part of the game. It really is. Like, I load balance my aluminum, no problem, but now I can't figure out how to put walls on this thing. I'm just thinking something like that with some lights in the middle as we walk along this kind of area here. A way to get up and down stairs would be nice. The height of the drone floor. Alright, so I've got a bit of a plan, so we'll just go with this for a while, go straight down. Actually, instead of deleting it, I could just do this. Having a proper like way to get around is always the thing I struggle with in this game. Like a good system of like stairwells or elevators or whatever it might be. It's always the last thing I think of, and I've tried to build factories at the beginning where that's the first thing you do. But then I struggle to fit the machines in. You know, it's a real tough balancing act to plan out that way. But yeah, just gonna do cosmetics until we hit the hour mark. We're at 25 minutes now, so set myself a timer on it. We'll just stop. Right, so. Alright, better, and we'll have lights on those too. Is there there's 3 foundations, so these lights will turn lengthways. This one. This side will probably just be windows. That's 10, perfect. It's just like our other wall segments. Now, they ultimately curve, but this side wouldn't, right? Because it can't. Just to go straight up. Burn is there, actually. Okay. And maybe at the top or something we'll do the beams or just something to break that up, so it's not just glass all the way to the very top. Tree clips through a little bit. I'd have to go. Shame. Another thing I gotta do is sort out the power. Did the update Lumen to have more shine? No, I've been using, I mentioned this in the previous stream, but I'll mention it in a video soon. I've been using console commands to improve it. So the one that probably has the biggest effect is smooth bias. So r.lumen.reflections.smooth bias, and then you enter the value between 0 and 1. 1 makes it like almost entirely reflective, although it was already pretty high. And then like 0, for instance, makes it like pretty blurry, like pretty matte, which is where it's at in the game normally. So turning that on, we get like very reflective surfaces. I have it to 0.8. It's slightly less. 0.5 is pretty good too. It's like halfway in between. So this is a similar situation to down there. Okay, so this just continues across there. I guess ultimately, yeah, this should come out then. Dead fighting. Just to clarify, I extended this pillar out, didn't I? So it's like a fat 3-stack pillar. Or 2.5 foundations. Yeah. Okay, I guess I'll just do that on that side then too. It's the same old window. Up here, they added some new windows in 1.1. We'll have a look at them in a minute. Okay, so let's cut off the very top bits. Then we'll figure out something for these sections in a minute. So I just need to quickly look at the other side. I think I did just a beam along the very bottom, so just grab that beam, and there's a beam on the top as well, although these aren't angled, these are just straight walls. So the top beam will be a bit different. Cool. Gives it a little bit of definition. Yeah, and then I haven't actually really ever used any walls here. We just use glass and then big pillars. So I don't know. Up there, I guess we'll have to choose something. So just do the basic wall that goes across, I guess. And then we need to color that the same kind of copper orange color, but it needs to be not the bright version. It doesn't work with walls. And actually, if you make it shiny, it might look a bit better. Might fit the big, thick foundations we have better. Very cool. I'm gonna have to chop that tree. The shame. I mean, if I came in just by one foundation, I wouldn't have to. It's kind of tempting to leave it there, but whatever. I guess it is what it is. Yeah, it kind of overlaps other things anyway. Greetings from Germany. Hey, Yannick. I wish they would make a smaller map. It takes so much time to gather resources in this giant map. I just don't enjoy it. That's funny, because this is probably the smallest map of almost any factory game. Because factory games are normally either infinite or on huge multi-planetary worlds and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know, like, you don't need to get lots of resources. It's an interesting, you're kind of saying like, I don't disagree, it's your, you know, what you want is what you want, but if I was to be a designer about it, it's like, that's a difficult thing to ask. So you effectively just want more deposits closer together, I guess. Because you're obviously wanting to build pretty big if you feel like you have to go too far to get things. I think. Because you actually don't... You could stay in one biome the whole game. You'll have more than enough to beat the game. Except for bauxite. You do have to go get that. Excuse me. That's the one thing that's kind of out of the way from your initial starting zones. So I don't disagree with that. But it's almost like... Yeah, it's like, oh, I want to build really big, but I don't want to go really far. It's like, well, yeah, I guess. You could do a mod maybe that increases the deposit sizes. I know that's not like the perfect answer, but maybe. There we go. It's a shame that these are like blurred reflections. They're not when I look over at the light, as I mentioned a few times, but when you can't see the light source, they blur. It doesn't happen for the ground. There might be a setting somewhere hidden in there that doesn't do that. Alright, not saying it's amazing or anything, but it's better than it was, so we'll leave it as is. We'll just keep the line between these two areas separate just for now. So yeah, walls and doors to separate the train station in here. Oh yeah, and the vents. We should get back up to that, so... Is that better that way? No. What program do I edit my videos in? Adobe Premiere Pro. I used to use After Effects, but I don't really need to now. I don't really do that much motion graphics anymore. Certain videos back in the day, I used to use it quite a bit. Or do that quite a bit. You can actually see which one isn't shiny. It's that one right there. It's very small to see, though. Or hard to see. Yeah, it's like slightly more matte. Good. Alright. Why not use the H-beam? I just prefer this beam for these types of things. I use the H-beam for certain things, though. I actually use the H-beam a lot. Like, all my roads and rails are done with H-beams. But inside, I feel like... H-beams to me are more structural. These are more like... It's like trim, if that makes sense. Or there's a word for this, what that is. I can't remember what the name of it. But yeah, I think of H-beams as structural. And the... What are the other ones? Shelf beams, especially, as well. Right, just do a little patch here and see what it would look like. How far does this go up? 6. Maybe they could be white. And we'll find a number then in between that the vents will go into, and the vents will be white against the, or orange, I mean, against the white walls. Actually, I guess, well, sorry to be indecisive. I'll do the windows as white. And the walls as orange, just as they were. Just kind of throwing things down, seeing how it looks. Good afternoon, hey Josh. Did they add the color function back to the black cube thing that comes with the beams? No, that would be interesting. Yeah, I never thought about that. The beam connector is just a grayish black, and you can't do anything about it. Yeah, I never actually... I don't know why I never really thought about it. But you're right. For some reason, you just cannot color that. Kind of like these things or something. Alright, so let's count how many of these are. It's 15, so... 9. Can count it right, I guess. Trying to find like the common number where I can put something like a gap down between each one. That would have to be 3. And then gap. The 3 won't work. It'll have to be 4, I think. 4. Well, this needs to be a wall the whole way down. Three's probably okay then. Yeah. Alright, cool. And then I'll close that in a minute. But these could have the vents on it. Nice. How to get the RGB color on the build gun? Do I have it on mine? Oh, I have it on the Desert series, don't I? It's in the, you go into the hub and you can select it there. There might be an unlock condition, I don't know what it is. Because someone said that I have an RGB helmet as well. People are like, how'd you get it? It's like, I don't know. It's just there for me. I don't know. Maybe it says, I'm not sure, unfortunately. Whatever. Fine. Are you gonna see it anyway? Cool. Alright, so that's done. Might look better if we add the wall to the bottom as well. Oh, damn. Hate when that happens. What happens? You like chili? I love chili, man. Are we talking like chili con carne or like a chili? As in, well, I like both. First off, chili con carne, like mincemeat in that kind of rich sauce. Love it. Spicier the better. And if they make a smaller map, it takes too much time to gather resources in this giant map. I just don't. Oh, I did read that. Sorry, my bad. Explosions! No, I think they fly through. The RGB build gun was given to everyone in an update. Maybe it's for people who only have who only played the early access. Sometimes they do things like that. I don't know. This is a maybe. What happens if you build a factory that intersects the path of flying ray thingies? Explosions. All right. Yeah. So now I'm reading backwards. Yeah, they just fly straight through it. They don't, as everything in this game, they don't really recognize what's there. Very cool. So this will continue to be our walkway. And we'll need to add in those staircases. We've blueprinted those staircases, so it should be easy to add them. So for those who just joined, I'm just doing a little bit of cosmetics here at the beginning of the stream for another 20 minutes. I said 1 hour total. And then we'll move on to some other things. So I think it's good to do a little bit of both. Lets me catch up and chat with people as well. Yeah, chili con carne. It's one of my favorite things to make. I make it quite frequently. I've got a big slow cooker as well that I slow cook it in. And I use... I guess it's kind of my own... It's in some regards my own version. I use black pinto beans instead of... A lot of people use red kidney beans with them. What else? There was a burrito guy. So I live near a town called Horsham, and every Thursday and Saturday there's like a farmer's market type thing there. And there used to be this burrito guy who made these amazing burritos. So good. He used to have like massive lines. He was easily the most popular stall that was there. And I don't know why, but he's not there anymore. And he's there for years. Anyways, he put like... You know those Frankfurter hot dogs you can kind of buy? At least in the UK, like, it's kind of a cheap, not great food, honestly, in some ways. It's an okay brand and everything, but it's just like refrigerated, like, vacuum-sealed hot dogs. But he would cut them up and marinate them and then add them to his chili. So you'd have, like, thin slices of them. Not thin, but, like, you know, like little chunks of them. Oh, so I do that now. I put that in mine, and they're really, really good. They kind of just absorb all the flavor, especially in the slow cooker over time. And then what? Yeah, then it's just pretty standard other than that. Are some smelters yellow, or is that my imagination? Oh, you mean their lights? Like, are they not running at 100%? So there is a lot of yellow lights here. It'd be easy to get confused by that. But their actual productivity lights should be fine. The best way to tell is just to aim down the length of it. So we'll just do that real quick. Yeah, I imagine you're seeing the central light. Because that's the one we care about. Oh yeah. That's what it's like. That's what I like to see. So I put a mini pepperoni in my chili. That's nice. Yeah, it's kind of a similar idea, right? Yeah, it's the same sort of thing. A little supplemental, additional sausage or ham or something like that. Yeah, it's nice. If collision doesn't affect the flying ray creatures, I think it'd be pretty neat to build a factory with a tower tall enough to view them at that level. Yeah, some people do that. Some people will build like a building and then they'll carve out the path that they fly through as well and make it glass and you can kind of see them. So yeah, did one of that. I did that in my first playthrough actually. It was because I ended up building in the way of it, not realizing. And then as it flew through, I was like, oh, it's actually just skimming through the factory, so I'll just make a little box around it. But some people have made really creative designs, though, much more than that. I had mushrooms. Oh, yeah. I've only started to really eat mushrooms in the last year, I would say. I'm not a huge fan of them, but I'm at this age now where I just can't be bothered picking stuff out of my food. I just eat it. It's fine. But I can't really say I really like the flavor. The other day I went to a tapas bar. Never had tapas before. And I went with a friend and there was some garlic and chili mushrooms there and they were pretty nice. Okay, so we've just added this little ventilation area. We bridge the gap between the buildings, so they're now one connected building. I was thinking that this is a separate room, so this could have a separate, like a wall and doorway in. I would like it to be somewhat cordoned off. I think I'll do that. I was actually going to do it based on the middle of this. That was the original idea, so let's go for it. But I haven't really decided a style. I guess just that these walls are probably fine. And with some windows. We'll put some windows in as well, but I like to do the walls first, just get a general idea of it. And then carve it out to fit the thing we actually want. Like doorways and stuff. Right, so now we need some windows and stuff. Or signs. But probably windows. Let's see, we could do windows that are like, not like that, but like this. Maybe, let's just see. Maybe at the bottom we could have our trim, and that could be white, because we're just going with this basic white and orange kind of styling. I wish it was more of a smooth wall. I guess the concrete wall, if it was colored that bright concrete color, might look good actually. Think about that. And we don't have the reflective version, but we have the standard one. If I was to color it brighter than it should be. Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, it works on these, but not that. Fair enough. I think it looks great, all open plan. I just think it's like kind of strange to be a train station that you can just like walk into. This will be gone, so that'll be out of the way. So you think it's better just to go like this? Because I was planning on leaving these open, so I don't really like the whole factory being open. That's why I thought like the factory itself should be closed. We've now added vents and stuff. If it was just open, it kind of... Well, I suppose you could still have the vents, but... You could do a vote. You know, it doesn't have to be this wall, but a wall. I mean, this isn't too bad. Could do... Let's just try one of the design real quick as well. Yeah, we'll just do these. This would be good for the H-beam. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, thought I filtered. Okay. Gonna have some lights here as well. Won't really be visible till nighttime, but some flat lights that aim down. Why is my coated concrete not as shiny as yours? It's beautiful. I'm going to get this question a lot today, so I'm just going to very briefly answer. There is a console command. This is the command. Take a screenshot if you want the command. Type that in, and you'll be as shiny as me. Okay? Hiding it away now. I'll be adding it to my next video so people can all see it. Maybe I'll make a short or something, but many thanks, no worries at all. In fact, if you took a screenshot during that time, or just pause it at that time in the video, you'll see some of the other commands I just used as well, if you want to get the game looking exactly like mine. Overlapping something. What are you overlapping? Whatever, it doesn't matter, just as an example. So that's what it would look like. And with some lights on top, I'll just do the lights super quick. Damn, I actually don't know what color I have those lights set to, but it is something like that. I'll have to check it in a minute, but that sort of thing, a sort of a more warm glow. So the question is basically, is it better with a wall? So that's with a wall, as an example. Or should it be left open where there's just no wall? So this is it, without the wall. But do I put that wall on this side? Or do I get rid of that wall? I love when you get snippy. I don't mean to be snippy. I was just more like, you know, just I can't keep saying the same thing. But it's no one's fault, right? They can't know if they just come in. Like the wall. Alright, let's do a vote then. That's the best thing to do. Start a poll. Alright, polls in the chat. I was also thinking we could have had a really big sign, like a big something that says something. It doesn't have to be this window, but just the idea that, you know, we could probably make some sort of wall that looks good. We gotta build that slightly off. Probably wouldn't do that. Just wanted to see it. Yes, add the wall is winning. Alright, we'll build the wall. You guys voted for it, so... I'll just do it in that style. I'm not super convinced of that style, but at least, yeah, it's something. It's fine. And we can start getting rid of some of these things. Is this empty yet? Oh, it is, actually. That's the aluminum casing is gone. That's the fluid tanks. I might just get rid of that then and just drain this. We now have fluid tanks going into a, Actually, I don't have fluid tanks going in. I've got rocket fuel now going into a thing. Let this drain while I'm building the wall. What's 100 plus 17? 11.7. No way, I live like 15 minutes outside Horsham. Didn't realize you were that local to me. We're probably on top of each other. Yeah, I'm between Horsham and Raleigh, basically. Come find me. Unconvinced about that little section there, but I guess I'll just leave it. Alright, let's add this wall on this side then. So we have a gap, and then we've got, how much is it? 3. So gap, then 1, 2, 3. Gap, 1, 2. This side might do with having a slightly different look to it. Bigger gap here in the middle. Doorway under both might look a bit better. Updates on the housing situation. Yes, I talked about it just really briefly at the beginning of the stream. So yesterday, for people who don't know, I was kind of like sent an email while I was streaming. Wouldn't normally share this stuff, but while I was streaming, that someone like that the letting agent. So I'm purchasing an apartment, purchasing one literally above where I live right now, and I currently rent the one I'm in. And long story short, it's been dragging for a long time, but it's about to happen. Like, it's just about done now, but it might take about a week longer than the letting agent would like. So the letting agent is the person that had people come to our place and say like, okay, like they're gonna be moving new people in here, you know, on May 29th. And she told me that on April 11th. And she said it like, we've booked them in for May 29th just in case. Okay. Anyways, as we're getting close to that date, she's been asking like, oh, so what's the situation? Are you moving yet? And I'd said like, oh, actually, it does seem like we'll need just like another week, like at latest the first week in June. At earliest, we could be out even before May 29th. It just depends on something. And then I stopped hearing from her, and then the person above her started messaging me, and basically had a bit of what I would call a somewhat threatening email, saying that like, if you're not out by that date, you could be made homeless. Nobody likes to see that in an email. Because they were like, we've got people lined up to come in, and they have to be out on a certain date. So either they're going to be made homeless, or you're going to be made homeless. So I was like, okay. So I replied, and I just quickly during the stream actually replied and said like, I don't see why you booking people in is my problem. Seems like a you problem. But in a nice way. And yeah, they basically came back and said like, no, it's not our issue, you know, they're booked in or whatever. And then I contacted my solicitor just real quickly just to say like, what's the deal here? Like, can I actually be evicted? Like, what's going on? And I gave him some extra information about things. And he was like, actually, yeah, you could be. And I was like, oh, okay. It's nothing to do with our side. We're waiting on the other side, by the way, for certain things. So we can't speed up any further or anything like that. Anyways, so I was up till 4 in the morning figuring out and looking at UK law and my contract and all these WhatsApp messages and emails and stuff that's been going on for like several months. Because what's actually happened is my lease in this place ended in January, and my landlord, who's actually generally very nice, emailed me in December, or WhatsApped me in December and said like, hey, I'm thinking of selling the place in 4 months. Do you want to stay on for these additional 4 months? I'll give you a reduced rent price if you want. And I was like, yeah, great, cool. We'll do that. We'll find a place and then we'll be out. So we started looking to purchase somewhere. We were actually going to purchase this place off of him, but his price is like way too high. We got the identical apartment upstairs for like 15% less than he was charging. Anyways, and he was cool with that. He was like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. So he couldn't find a buyer. His price is too high, and now he's decided to just rent it again. And Sorry, I'm taking really long to explain this, but yes, it's just there's so much context I feel that's warranted. Anyway, so yeah, so we were messaging, and he said like April 30th is when he was thinking of selling, and we initially said, yeah, that's okay. And then I can't remember exact things, but like somewhere. Oh yeah, so in April, he switched from buying to renting again. So he's like, I'm just gonna rent it out. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. He's like, can we have people come by and check it out while you're still there? And I was like, yeah, it's fine. It was kind of annoying, actually, because they booked in a person to come in, like the letting agent, just to look at the place before actually putting it on the market. And they were supposed to be here at like 1 o'clock or something. And there's just one person. And then what happened was, over the course of the day, 5 letting agents, or maybe 4, came by at all various times. One at like 8 in the morning, one at like 1, one at 4, and like one at 5. And it's like, what's going on? And every time they're like, can we come in? Can we look around? And it's just a bit weird. I don't mind it, but you know, I was supposed to be working and stuff, and it was very disruptive. Anyways, we were accommodating. There was no problems. Anyways, the crux of the argument is this: they never gave me in writing any date that I had to be out by, and I never gave them in writing any date that I had to be out by, in text form or otherwise. We just kind of agreed to stay on. And he wasn't sure when he'd be selling. And it was like, we'll just stay and we'll keep paying. And according to UK law, you have to give tenants 2 months notice, whether they're on a rolling contract or if they're on their lease. We're on a kind of a rolling contract now, informally. So you have to give us 2 months notice. And we haven't been given that. We were told on April 11th, which isn't 2 months ago, that they have someone lined up for the 29th, just in case. Now, the terminology "just in case" to me was like quite an important thing for them to mention, because it's flexible, really. But even if it wasn't, it hasn't been 2 months anyway. So I went back to them today with like a super litigious and strongly worded email, I guess. Just completely like tearing apart the notion that they could do that. And you know, I had verified it many times over with other people and stuff to make sure I was right about this, because I was just like, if I'm wrong, like, you know, I don't want to come across as like an asshole. Anyway, it turns out, yeah, I'm right. And they came back later today and they're like, yeah, you're right. Like, you've got no contract and stuff. And I was like, it's not my responsibility if you've booked someone to come in here and you're worried about them being put out. That's not my responsibility. You booked them before we've agreed to terminate our vacancy. And we haven't done that yet. And in fact, the landlord took rent from me last month, and he took rent from me just 2 days ago. So the tenancy's still active in my books. You pay ahead of time, not for the month that's passed. We're here till, I just paid on the 22nd, so we're here till the 22nd of June. And I can give you a month's notice. You've got to give me 2. And that's the law. So thank you very much. So that's kind of what went down. So that's the update. And they were like, the letting agent was like, oh, it's like, okay, we're just acting on behalf of the landlord. Like, we were under the impression like he gave you these dates and stuff. It's like, no, he didn't. Here's the WhatsApp. I downloaded all the WhatsApp messages and all that stuff last night in case any of it was cleared or anything. So I've got the receipts, you know, and I'm paying him. He's not out of pocket. No one should be worried about anything. He's no reason to like want to get rid of me. It's just he had someone lined up and he doesn't want to have to like look for people again. But it's like, oh, actually, I'm going to stay here now for another month. So have fun. I'm sorry to the people that they're going to be in a situation, but they can take it up with the letting agent who fucked them, in my opinion. Anyway, sorry. So that's what's happened. But yeah, I was glad to find that. Thank God I have some protections, because when my solicitor told me, he's like, actually, you know, you could be evicted, but they didn't have the full story. But when I looked it up myself and read through like the law and our contract and what a rolling contract means and exactly how the messages could be interpreted, it's like, yeah, you've been given no date. Nothing's been signed. There's no way. So, there should be no way anyway. Touch wood, there isn't. Anyway, so yeah, that's it. That's the situation. Yeah, it's not that bad. I think, you know, I think it was just a letting agent trying to strong arm us or bully us a little bit. You know, you throw around the term eviction or homeless, you kind of go like, oh shit, gotta get out. It's like, well, actually, no. No. So yeah, don't let people mess you about. They tried to do that to me like 6 or 7 years ago, different company. Same thing. They tried to say something about Rosie not supposed to be living here or something. And that she's not legally in the thing. But then we like brought up all the receipts of like, well, here's all the times you mentioned her living here. So you formally acknowledged it. It was a whole like thing. And they were like super pissed about that. And then they backed off. Because they knew they fucked up. And these people have fucked up. Because they didn't get anything in writing. Or get me to agree to a date. And I didn't get them to agree to a date. So. Is what it is. Anyway, I said I'd be quick about cosmetics. That's all we're going to do for the cosmetics. We'll mark that off as done. So we've connected the two buildings. That's progress. Added this little like mini hall here. But now we can get on to doing, I guess, other things. So we're going to track how the rocket fuel factory is going. Well, like this, we're getting, every stream, it's like progress on making this building look better. That's pretty cool. Coming along. Yeah, that's what Rosie's been saying. It's a beard. So the people that are going to be moving in, that we may have like, well, I didn't do anything wrong, but that might be put out because of our actions in some regards, are going to be our neighbors. So that's a little awkward. But if it ever came up, I'd be like, look, it's not me. It's the letting agent. They're the ones that booked you in before we had agreed to move out. So what? It's not my fault. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. All the correspondence from me to my landlord and agent is all saying like, we think it's going to be this date, but we don't fully know. And we even sent them our solicitors' transcripts and emails just to give them the full transparency and say like, look, yeah, we don't know. We'd tell you a date if we knew it, but we just don't just yet. So it's like, yeah, the 27th is what we're aiming for, but it's not concrete. It could change. And they were like totally cool about it. They were like, yeah, that sounds fine. We'll put it in on the 29th just in case. That's what they said. Like, great. But now the 29th is coming up fast, and they're like, yeah, you got to be out. It's like, well, that's not what we said, actually. No one said that. And I paid rent as little as recently as just a few days ago, under the assumption that none of this is true. Like, no one said this to me. If someone said to me a few weeks ago, yeah, you got to be out, that's different. But nobody did. And we're supposed to give them 2 months anyway. So if I really wanted to pull that card, it's like, well, even if you told me on April 11th with definitive language that we're supposed to be out, it hasn't been 2 months. So you just can't do that. Sorry. Fuck off. Anyway. Alrighty. Here we are. Rocket fuel. But I mean, if I was the people moving in, I would still probably blame me. Because I'd be like, they're the guys that made it. You know, what we were being faced with is like, you have to get a hotel and put all your stuff in a storage unit. And then what? Move it back to the exact same building. Not happening. That is just not happening. So. But yeah, I hope the other people are okay. If I was the other people, I'd be like, oh, so you let me sign a contract and you can't fulfill it? Well, I want compensation from you then, the letting agent. Because they're the ones responsible for all this. So. Ain't my problem if you double booked, you know? Anyway. They're the guys that refuse to be homeless. Well, yeah. Basically. This is a rocket fuel factory. So this is what we added yesterday, and I just have the next thing on the to-do list is to organize it. Now, it's pretty organized, but I want to know some of the rates so that we know exactly how much we have, and then I want to add it to my Milanote document, which is a document I use to track all my factories, because we make so much things in this game that it becomes a nightmare, and I'm playing in 2 playthroughs, so writing it down allows me to give it out to people so they can rebuild it if they want and know what we did, but also when I get back to it, I'm like, oh yeah, this is what this place makes. So I haven't updated it, and I wanted to just do that now. So basically, the blenders are all making 277.77 rocket fuel each, right? So every line is doing that. That's what's coming out. We don't have to worry about any of this stuff. We never added on the new machines, which I want to do now. So we basically added on out of this. The rocket fuel is all going into these generators, right? And now we're adding on one packager to each line. That's taking 27.778. Sorry. And we're making that package rocket fuel. That's going up to drones, and we're distributing that around the world. And that's what we're going to be doing today, is building drone ports to fly around. In China, there's no laws for leasing. You get a knock on the door, you're out that day. Sucks. Yeah, there's actually a new protection coming in, apparently, from what I was reading in 6 months about, like... Oh yeah, there's glitches, obviously. About, in the UK anyway, there's something called a no-fault eviction, where it's like, it's no fault, there's no reason, we're just, like, ending it. Like, the landlord can do that. And they can do it within 2 months, but in a few months' time, there's legislation being passed that's, like, it'll change it to 6 months, so it's like, you're either given 6 months notice if there's no reason, or it could be 2 months notice if you had done something, like, some reason, you know, I don't know, like, not paid, for instance. Anyway. You use a lot of sloops outside of power shards and biofuel stuff. No. Almost never. Only when I'm manually kind of making something. I really should go collect more. I mean, we could build a power augmenter in here and boost the power of this whole place 10%. Might be worth doing that, because power's getting a little tight. We make 65,000, so you get an extra 6,500. We're building one of them, so for 10 shards. But I wouldn't actually build... Something about a finite nature of a sloop makes me not want to put it down in a building chain permanently, because I know that, like, they're finite. I kind of want them. It's not the same for power shards anymore. You can make them. But I was going to say something about that. Damn. No, it doesn't matter. But yeah, often I'll have a few in my pocket, and I'll make, like, turbo motors or something I don't have yet in a higher quantity, just quickly. But I typically don't build them into chains. They also take a lot more power when you do, so it's just like an inefficient thing to do. But obviously it's great if you just want to make a resource go twice as far, which is why I use it for something like biofuel. Arguably, like, this would be a good place to use one. When it comes to power generation, I just had an example there where it's like, oh, if I have 10 of them, I could make 6,500 extra power. Right? It's 10,000. It's 10% more power, just of whatever you're making. But arguably, if I just threw them into some of these blenders, I could probably make way more rocket fuel that would net me much more power than that 6,500. It'd be a little bit tougher to manage because of the nature of this build. We make compacted coal and it recycles into machines. It would be a little bit of a pain to rework that in, but certainly you'd make your summer sloop go way further. Because you throw 4 of these in, and we're doubling what this machine makes. Throw one of them into these 3, one into everything, and what would it be? It's like 0.25 more or something. So it's like, yeah, for 25% more output. So 3, 6, 9, 10. So for 10 shards, we get 6,500 megawatts of power at the moment. Obviously, in the future, if you had 200,000 megawatts, you're then 10 shards are giving you 20,000. So that'd be nice. But in this situation, it's only giving me 6,500. So arguably, those 10 summer sloops would be better put to use on each line of machines, and we'd be getting just about 25% more out of everything, which would give me 25% more rocket fuel. Therefore, I'd get 25% more of the whatever the power to generator ratio is there, and it would be much greater than 6,500. So, if I was to use summer sloops anywhere, it would probably be in power generation, rather than something that really consumes the power. That's another interesting thing. It's like throwing them into each one of these would increase the power demand quite a bit. This would probably almost double, even with just one. Let's see. Almost, yeah, I was right. So it went from 65 to 105. Anyway. Different places have different laws. Many people in the USA, you can't show a fake contract and take 6 months. Yeah, so this is what I've heard over here. It's like, this is why I was like, I don't believe this. You hear stories where it's like, these people were like, basically, they stopped paying rent and they were living there for 18 months before they got evicted. And it's like, that's crazy. Like, I don't, you know, that shouldn't be allowed either, in my opinion, anyway. So, you know, but the middle ground is like, yeah, 2 months notice, that's fine. I think I actually kind of agree with the 6 months thing. If it's a no fault, like there's no reason and the landlord is just ending their lease early, like, yeah, probably 6 months is probably fair. It gives you plenty of time to look to purchase, to buy. Like, it's taken, I got my offer accepted on the apartment in January. It's just taken that long to buy it. I've got the money. I live next door. I've just been waiting. I haven't done anything wrong. Just be waiting. It's costing me money, obviously, the longer it takes. So, it's not the landlord's problem, obviously. But, like, I think a 6-month window definitely gives you enough time to get out and do whatever you need to do. If suddenly the landlord decides your situation's changed. But it's different if you haven't paid. That's still, in the UK anyway, they have a reason then, and they can give you just a 2-month notice. But apparently it's still hard to get people actually out if they won't do it. But I don't really know. Anyway, eagerly awaiting the next desert episode. Looking forward to the drones here. There. Thanks. The next episode's going to be about aluminum. It's going to take probably 3 videos to build it, judging by how it's going. Squatters' rights, yeah. I don't really know much about it, but yeah, there is protections that it can take a long time to get people out. So, I'm your classic centrist on a lot of these things. It's like, yeah, I see both sides. It's like, you don't want landlords to be kicking people out for no reason whenever they feel like it. But also, 18 months is a bit much, isn't it? So, let's, compromise, find like 6 months or something like that. Right, so I just got to write this into this document, basically. And track how it's doing. The reason I came here is I did want to check, is everything running? And it seems to be, right? Everything is like flat line on the top, no problem there. These are running at 100%, I assume, so all good. Because the numbers are very decimal pointy, right? It goes off 4 decimal points. It can be a little bit annoying, or you can be unsure if it's going to work out, but it seems to be okay. So it's very simple. Each line has 1 packager. They obviously go into generators first. Might just do... Yeah, I guess I could just copy and paste it once I do 1 as well, so it'll be nice and quick. Is that it? Yeah, sorry. It normally just opens up where I left it, but I guess I moved it recently. So... There you go. So you're going into a generator, and you're going into, I don't know how many, actually, 10? Oh, 12. 20. Each one's going into 24 generators. Are you sticking with building everything in the desert? That's the plan. Yeah, for the most part. I did say, like, I'll go out every now and then to build something. But the aluminum factory is actually perfect in the desert. Well, kind of. It's perfect for the coal. It's not perfect for anything else. But the coal number will work out really well. And we'll just bring the bauxite in via train and a pipeline in for water, and that'll be it. Why'd you abandon your Republic of Play channel? The views were too inconsistent. I did reviews on that channel, and on that channel, basically what would happen is one review of a game could get like 200,000 views. Great. Done. Paid for itself. For the most part, because it takes me like almost a week to review a game, depending on the game, especially these big strategy games that take a long time. Like, you can't review Stellaris in my opinion, in like a few days. You gotta do a couple playthroughs. Anyways, so yeah, that might review well, but then another video would just review it and it would get like I don't know, 10,000 views or 5,000, and it's like, well, I put the same amount of time into both. And after 3 years, I think, of doing that, was it? 4 years? I just couldn't handle it anymore. It's just too inconsistent. So basically, I failed at doing a good job of building like an audience that would watch whatever I put out. I succeeded in... I was able to maintain doing it and still pay my rent and do everything. Like, I sustained myself, but I just had enough of it. The stress of, like, the unpredictability of knowing whether or not I did something that would do well. I found you because of the Anno 1800 playthrough. Yeah, so that was the... So Republic of Play had guides and reviews on it. So I had an Anno 1800 guide on there. And that did really well. I think it got like 1 million views. 10.42. 250.08. That's how much of the rocket fuel goes in there, and then we're left over. We can just easily see that on the machine. 27778. Something like that, anyway. And this is a packager. Anyway, I don't have much more to say about it other than that. Like, I like the review channel. You know, I'm a very opinionated guy. And my reviews, like, with comments, always did really well. Like, really, like, almost always really well. Very rarely was it, like, a bad take in terms of how they, like, people reacted to it. I never really got dislikes or anything. People just generally liked my reviews. But I'm bad YouTuber. Like, I'm not consistent. I was covering all random types of games. It's just, I just didn't do a good job at building up what the channel was, I guess. Especially since then, because the views were so random, I had to start doing other videos. And I would dilute the audience. So it's like, oh, these are like some dev diary videos about upcoming games. And then that would build up a little audience and it would kind of do well for views. But then you do review, or you stop covering that game so in depth and all those people just leave you. So it's like, ugh, it just became a mess. But it had like 130,000 subs or something. I don't have an icon for this, that's why I'm struggling. So we need packaged rocket fuel icon. Yeah, I agree with that, John. Like, if people are abusing it, like, I'm not in favor of people abusing it. I haven't done anything like that. Anyway, me. Not saying that you're saying I have. But yeah, I think like, it's good to try to prevent people being put out on the street. Like, that's a good thing, I think. Generally speaking. But at the same time, yeah, you shouldn't be able to take advantage. You should have to provide, like, the reason that you need to stay longer or whatever the case is. In my opinion. If I was a landlord, I might be a landlord one day because I'm buying an apartment and we're considering moving back to Ireland in a couple of years. And it's like, well, maybe we'll just keep it and rent it. So it's like, if someone moved in and I just suddenly wanted to end it, I think it's still right that if I have no reason, I can't just end it. It has to be when the lease runs out or if you stop paying. And if you stop paying and I prove that, then it should be the case that you've got a couple months. If you don't leave, then you should be able to get police or someone to forcibly remove them. That's how I feel about it. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah. Got all these old series and stuff blocking all this stuff. This is in my old Satisfactory playlist. That's why I couldn't find it. Anyway, packaged rocket fuel. Okay, and then the amount that we get out, 13.8889. 13.8889. Okay, I could even say what power this gives us. 24 generators times 625 is whatever that gives us. So we get 15,000 per line. So yeah, we make 60,000 power here. That's good. Nice number, actually. Random, but how are housing prices in Ireland? As far as I understand, quite high relative to even like Europe. But it obviously just depends where you go. Dublin is like insanely high priced. Like disproportionate to population and stuff and all this. There's like a proper, like everywhere is having this. It feels like, where it's like, yeah, it's general housing crisis, not enough houses. So prices are going crazy. A load of people bought up loads of land during COVID because they had excess money. Companies bought loads of land. and then it's like a renters market's gone crazy as well. So all sorts of like complications and issues with it. I get it, but it does seem especially bad in Ireland. I don't know. I'm probably just biased because I see articles and things to do with Ireland a lot, and it's like compared to the rest of Europe, this, and it's like, well, I don't really know. Like I don't know who to believe, but it does seem to be like extremely high. When I was looking, there's no way. So my parents live near Dublin. I wouldn't be able to move there. I was trying to move down to the very southeast of Ireland, where it's just like really cheap. No, nothing is there. But it is the kind of thing of like, well, you kind of get what you pay for. It's like there is nothing there. It's just like there's nice beaches. I mean, the weather sucks, but at least there's some scenery that's kind of nice. But there's no like city or even like large town or anything. I mean, Wexford town, I guess, might be one of the biggest, but it's so run down. In my opinion, we were there and it's like, oh my god. So we were looking a bit further in. Certain towns in Ireland are really nice, like Carlow and Gorey and things like that. But anyways, so my understanding is it's fairly expensive if you're in Dublin, but I don't think it's too bad elsewhere, from what I understand, if you're willing to like move out. But you know, Ireland's got like a couple of hospitals in the whole country. So my parents are like, dude, you need to be up near Dublin if you have like, if you want to get a plane, you have to go to Dublin to get the to go to the airport and things. Like you can't do anything without going there anyway, and you'd be about 2 hours away. But it's just, I don't know. I'd rather that than pay like literally 3 times the amount just to be convenienced now and then. So I don't know. Is that all I have to do? I think that was really it. I just need to copy that over. Oh, I have to say that the aluminum comes in. Yeah, that's the last thing. Sorry, I know I'm a bit distracted. I'll try to focus up. So it's the same amount of fluid tanks come in actually, so it's good. Because I just wanted to know, because we make a certain amount of fluid tanks, so I need to track that number, you know? So I know how much I have available elsewhere in the future. So these are the fluid tanks. Maybe bring it to about there. Okay. So now, I just copy this. Okay, that didn't work. Copy, paste. Okay. I guess that's right. It's on top of the other thing, but oh well. I guess these lines aren't correct, so I'll just bring these down. It gives me a bit more space to move. Hey. Thank you, Visioner. That's his first one of the day, actually. Thank you. I'll just read that in just one sec. Just want to add this arrow to each one. Put a connective tissue to all of these. Oh. I don't know. Something is definitely misaligned, but just for the interest of time, let's just line these up. Okay, so I'll just quickly say that this is fluid tanks coming from the other factory. So thank you for the amazing content, Aaron. I wish you only the best for the future. Be healthy and take it easy. Thank you, Visioner. I wish the same for you. Thank you. I don't think I have a picture of fluid tanks. Get that real quick. Okay. Comes via drone delivery from the aluminum factory. I can't collapse that now. Normally you can... Oh, it's because it's in bold, maybe. Weird. I've definitely done it where I have two like this. Yeah, I don't know. This one's fine. Alright, cool. So there we go. Drone delivery, Aldi factory brings in 13.888 times 4 lines. And yeah, that's all the power we make. That's all the drone stuff we take. Now we could have a drone delivery line that says that's going out of the... Oh, I don't need to do that. It's obvious. Alright, cool. So that's just all I want to do. I just want to organize that because we added all that yesterday. Didn't really keep track of it, so you just never know. It's good to know how much rocket fuel we actually make and distribute. So now we've got basically 2 drone pads here. One that's carrying away... Or taking in, sorry, the fluid tanks, and this one can carry away the rocket fuel. So 1900, we're full up. Is the rest now going into our container? It is. We almost got 2000 in there already. Nice. Alright, cool. Alright, so that's the organization done. Next, we're going to be setting up, we're actually doing building and logic. Can you believe it? Organization and drones of the iron factory. Alright, so let's get down and do it. I do believe we might need to start making, even just temporarily, radio control units or something to actually build these drone ports. Oh no, we've got a few. Cool. Great. Alright, for streamers it won't work, but Starlink makes anywhere livable. I like living in the country, but until Starlink, it would be a pain. Yeah, even in the countryside, there was actually pretty good internet where we were looking, so it wasn't too bad. Well, ultimately what we'd be looking for is like a sort of, like a development, a relatively new development, like within 10 years maybe. Even of just a few houses. And yeah, when it's kind of relatively new, there's like internet and stuff set up for you, so typically. That's what we were looking at. But I don't know. The difficulty, the reason we didn't go with Ireland was because there's a problem getting there. Basically, if I don't live in Ireland for 6 months, I have to pay like a higher mortgage rate, almost double what the normal rate would be. So let's say it'd be like 4 or 5%, you'd be paying like 10, because you're considered. I'm a taxpayer in the UK, so I'm considered like a foreigner, basically, at least money-wise. Even though I'm an Irish citizen, it's like, yeah, you're like a foreigner though. Like you're almost buying like a holiday home. Even though it's like my first house purchase and everything, none of that mattered. And that was something we really struggled with, because we were looking in September, November, and December. And then we got told like this place is going to be sold anyway. And it's like, oh, okay, maybe we just stay here. Maybe we just buy this place and just stay where we are, because we won't have to do anything then. And we'll get out of renting for a while. No, I don't really use modelers and planners and things. I know about it though, yeah. Loads of people recommend it. I'm sure it's great. I just like doing it myself. I am from Ireland, yeah. Driving 30 minutes to the nearest grocery store type of place. Maybe not... Yeah, well, not terribly far away from that, but about 15 to 20 minutes. At least the ones we were looking at. Being in Southern California, and I can appreciate some spacing and affordability. Yeah, totally. I'm down for it. The only thing I need is just like a decent internet connection. That's all. And it doesn't have to be really good. Just a decent one. And I just don't want like a super old home, because it can be difficult to maintain. I missed your question about Northern Ireland. Sorry. Have you considered doing Northern Ireland to expedite moving into Ireland proper? Would it help? No, it doesn't help. Yeah, we did actually kind of or didn't fully consider it. I wouldn't want to live up there, to be honest. But I did look into that. It's like, what is it? What's the rules about that? But it's like the UK and Ireland are just treated separately in that regards. If you were moving from Northern Ireland to Southern Ireland, it's the same thing. you have to. I have to be a resident taxpayer in Ireland for 6 months. So it's like your income. If you want to get a mortgage, it's all about the mortgage. So it's like if you want to get a loan from a bank in Ireland, you have to be living and working there for at least 6 months. That's basically it. So we were thinking, like, do we go and do we rent for a few months? We looked at renting. We couldn't find anything. Like, literally nothing in the south of Ireland anyway. Because it's just all bought up. Like, Rosie would see places go up and then the next day they're gone. So it's like, oh, okay. Anyway, this is where I was going to do drones here. So one thing I want to do now, right, the job now is I want to switch these from using coal to using liquid biofuel. So all of the truck stations are just here in a line. And we do happen to have this shorter platform here and some room over on the right side too to maybe land some drone pads, maybe on these things. Send it over and then down and in. So that's the job. So we need, typically you need 2. And we could potentially, whoops, add any more if we wanted to. Instead of using trucks to distribute this, we could, you know, it's only 80 per minute. Nothing's assigned to it. The same with these, nothing's assigned to it. This one is assigned. It was that one. And this one isn't. So yeah, so you could have even other drone pads to deliver these things, or just set up trucks in the future. But I want to start using the biofuel. We've got too much of it. So that's why I want to get out of the coal game. Even though these are going to be set and run forever, I just thought, let's get rid of coal. One thing I'll just do first, sorry, is just see where that will actually be coming up or going down. These actually don't currently get fueled, which is interesting. Oh, maybe we don't need a drone pad here at all. They must get their fuel at their destination. Although the other ones don't have trucks, so I guess it'd still be good to do. Right, so just do a floor hole or along this line, I guess would be good. Even shift it over a bit. Now that's a 1 meter, so do it there. Really? Oh wow. It's pretty far in actually then. I mean, it could just go down there and get distributed to everything else, actually, thinking about it, so it's still not too bad. I thought we were, like, way out. You could have a packager instead of that awesome sink and add some fuel generator that would burn off the rocket fuel for extra power. Nah. What's the point of that? It would be temporary power. The more things I give... So that wouldn't work at all. Or at least in my opinion. So you're saying that I've got an awesome sink taking in the excess rocket fuel, right? But every time I add a new drone station, I now have to think, ooh, am I going to lose a bit of power? That's nightmare fuel. Almost literally. Because it's like every time I add a new drone, we're taking more away from the generators. There's no point in just making a generator just to get some fuel for a while. You know? It's either forever or not. In my opinion, anyway. Hey, James. Thank you. I'd pay extra to be further away from people, at least on most days. That's funny. Yeah, I grew up in total, complete rural countryside. Like, there was 4 houses on a street, all surrounded by fields. And that was it for like 16 years. Like I went to school and my class, my year, for the first 10 years of my young life, there was 7 people. I was one of them. So there's 2 other boys and the rest were girls. And that was it. So trust me, I know. My parents still live there. So I know what that's like. And I did like it. I need to go this way. And I'll probably have to feed it from the side. But there's a fence here. Just cut that and go through instead of jumping up and down multiple times, so. What about down the far end? We could place some there. Yeah, that could work. This will be our intake. I'll use a Mark II, I guess. Damn. No problem. Just go over a little further over to the side. Okay. Oh, did that one too far back. Alright, cool. We are lined up. Pretty much. We just now need to build the drone port on this side, feed over to it. Bada bing, bada boom. Go through this little slit. Gap here. We turn that out that way. Ah, damn. That's okay. These are actually kind of offset naturally anyway. We're still not encroaching on that. I could go up a tiny... Nah, I'll just leave it where it is. Does Darren have a 1.1 playlist? Couldn't find it on his channel. A 1. No, I don't actually. It would just be these streams. And then my desert series has become 1.1. But yeah. I mislocated one splitter. Let's see. Unless that was old. Sorry if it was. So these ones are all good, right? Now? Yep. Cool. Cut this and go through for a second. So we're aiming for... Let me just bring this out. We go across my lovely floor. But I can't really go up. Otherwise that'll be in the way. Unless I go up really high. I don't really want to do that. Build a walkway over it. No, it doesn't need to fuel itself. That'll be okay. Let's just do this. I don't know if this would be weird or not, but let's see. So we could do that new wall hole thing. Fine. Nothing wrong with that. Kind of. So, Mark II for all of this. Looked like one went a different port of the station, but I guess not. Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, and then this will be the port that gets the fuel, fuels the drones, and any other ones that need to come here. Basically, this one is going to be a pulling from the liquid biofuel factory. Now, the iron factory, this must have a name for it too. I mean, I'm guessing it's just IF, but we'll see. Like a code. I always use the same codes. It just helps when organizing routes after a very long time playing the game. Alright, it just says Iron Factory, so maybe it doesn't have a 3-letter code. I only started doing that for the Desert series and the streams that we did. But yeah, we'll just call it the... I guess IF. It's fine. Right, so... IF 01. This is going to be biofuel import. I think this port is going to go to liquid biofuel export, right? Go get it. And you can only do that once you have rocket fuel. So let's give you some. And then you'll need power. Go to the side and we'll connect it through one of the wall pieces, I guess. Each one of these should just have a door, to be honest. Bit of a pain running down to the side every time. Oh, power poles going there? That's weird. I should know to... Oh, is this because that's a double? Ah, yeah, that's why. You have a standard wall outlet. It should understand what it needs to do. Yeah. I think there's power up on the roof, from what I recall. Yeah, there is. Alright, cool. So our drone should actually be leaving now to go fetch the first batch of liquid biofuel. Then we need to make another drone here to go get the turbo fuel. So every drone stations will always need 2. One for the fuel, for everything else. Honestly, this should probably be number 1. So we'll say IF 01. So 01 is always the one that brings in rocket fuel import. And that will just basically fuel its neighbors. Alright, cool. So you, as a port, are going to go to the TFF 02 package rocket fuel export. Again, that should probably be number 1. It'd be nice if it was. Great. Easy as that. You just need fuel to make your first journey. I'll just name this number 2. So that doesn't mess with anything. Alright, easy as that. I mean, that's all you got to do. We do have to, I guess, monitor the trucks that come in here and take the coal out of them. And they're still going to be trying to receive coal on the other factories. So that's why we have to do all these one after the other, I guess. Why do they do that? Yeah, they're definitely messed up in this version. In 1.1, they said they improved drone pathfinding. It seems like when they take off, they always dip down to the ground and then fly through your factory. They didn't used to do that. We could check them out, though, see where they're going. They're nice and fast. Look at that speed. Quartz Crystal Factory. Where the hell are you going? Oh, yeah, there we go. You have to go straight up to about here, I think. It's cool with the music. It's so intense. I think you had it somewhere as GFIF. Why would it be? Oh, yeah, you're right. You are right. Good one. Grassy Fields Iron Factory. And I remember saying, what the hell does GFIF mean? No, you're right. I could go in and just name all those truck stations now, actually. Great memory. Good job. The other one has just arrived. I have arrived. I normally just go with 3 letters. Maybe GIF would have been good. Grassy Iron Factory. And yeah, we can keep the coloring on brand. This place is on brand, on theme. I should start saying on brand. We are very corporate here at What Darren Plays Inc. So white, and then I always just gave it the trim of whatever color. So this factory generally was Guardsman Blue as its main color. I'd be happy just to do that. Love to see it. Our first biofuel delivery. Now we can play the game. Did I add in the floors here? Mouse is acting weird. It's very hitchy. The mouse as well, not the game. Love it. Great. These Mark III. Yeah, good. All right, I think that's it. After how many hours? In this world, well, the whole thing was getting this world up to running in 1.0. It's an update 8th save file. But yeah, my total hours is like 2,500, and in this world I think it's like 600. Oh no, it's like 500. But since we migrated it to 1.0 and 1.1, it's been maybe 100. We've done 15 streams. My streams are usually about 6 to 8 hours. 16 actually, so say 6. Yeah, just about 100 hours of streaming on this world. A lot of lag. Anyway, it's like hitching lag, like randomly it just hitches. Oh yeah, I kept saying that that is happening around the copper Caterium factory. It's when I look out in that direction. Something going on with it. Alright, we can leave this place. So that is drones for the iron factory. Done. Now, we could do drones for the copper factory. I'm going to do silicon next because those are the ones that are actually... These ones are driving over to, and they're picking up the coal from that factory. So we want to kind of get rid of that. Nice looking place. I use batteries in all my trucks. Wow. That's actually something I've never made. Never made batteries. Never done it. I customize my character super quick because it's just using the default everything. So, RGB helmet to make pioneers look fast. The only one that says DLC, unblock it. What's happened to my camera, by the way? It's so bright. Should be better now. The DLC one, I know I'm blocking it, is here. It says, Golden Fix It. Thank you for supporting Satisfactory during early access. The Neko helmet. What does Neko mean? We zoom. S to zoom. I like the welder mask. Neon Fix It. We'll go with the something different. Striped, maybe? Hey, take it out again. I need to see it. That jostling. Let's do uranium waste. Why not? Pioneer colors. Yellow. Blue. And maybe blue again. My Fallout colors on. That's alright. Sure. Why not? What do we have to do, by the way? We haven't looked at this in so long. I need oh yeah, we need to make filters. Then we can get nuclear power. We need to make supercomputers. Alright, well that's something we can work on soon. That'll be the next actual production line. These last things are set up. Now that we have aluminum. How do you make supercomputers? Computers, AI limiters. Got loads of those. Got a decent amount of those. Got loads of those. Got loads of everything. Actually, plastic we might be low on. I need to tap some oil. Mineki Neko. Chinese for lucky cat. Alright. Japanese for cat, says Crisp. Hey, Stockfish. It looks amazing. I got spaghetti belts and very inefficient lines. Why would you put fuel at each drone port and just not have it fuel once at the end of its run? Like remote sites shouldn't need it. Yeah, let me think about this and see if my logic holds up. The main reason, because this was asked of me yesterday as well. Let's just have a quick look at, let's just grab, say, this map, but we'll turn off some of the things on it. Okay, and we get the rocket fuel factory in there so we can see everything. So the rocket fuel factory is at the very top. Alright, so biofuel, right? The thing that we want trucks to get, it comes from here. Okay, so that's where we get it from. And then full screen this. Can I move this over side? Alright, cool. So the thing that we want trucks to use everywhere, and there's all trucks all along here, is biofuel, and it comes from this little drone pad here. Drones can't fuel themselves with biofuel, so we need fuel to come from here. Now, other factories are also just going to use drones to distribute what they make, such as the computers we just saw, other things like that. So we were just down at the iron factory. The iron factory has 3 components which have not been designated to where they go yet. They could be flown via drone, they could be driven. There's a road. Depends how far. If we wanted those iron plates but somewhere like far up here, might be best to use a drone. So when building a pad down here, it was asked of me, like, if you're just using the biofuel, why not build a refuel pad here? And then any drone that flies out and gets the biofuel gets the fuel. That is the way I initially did it in our first streaming world. I had, instead of 2 pads, I had 3. 1 to send it organic material, 1 to distribute the liquid biofuel, and 1 to refuel any drones that come this way. Right? But this time I've decided, well, let's just try it with 2. I'll do the refueling at every factory instead. Because typically, not always though, the factories will require other drones. It won't just be drones for biofuel. It's often the case that a factory will also have a drone for something else. And if that's the case, then that one would need to get fuel somewhere. So it's kind of like, the rule for me is just every factory has a drone pad for rocket fuel. And then if I add more drones onto it, they all use that one. To me, that makes the most sense from an ease of use point of view. It's just a simple rule. Every factory has a drone pad for fuel. Just the way I would normally do, every truck station has a truck station delivering coal. Almost always. There's actually a rare instance just there where that iron factory didn't have one. Luke Sunday. What size ramp do you use for the trucks to go up and down? They could do 4 meters. I think I used 2. God. Got chaos. They'll be okay. He actually kind of slowed down not to hit the one that was flying through the air. Yeah, 2 meters. They can use 4. Yeah, they can use it just fine. There we go. Fine. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're fine. And they're just colliding into nothing. If they fix whatever that like hidden collision is, they'd be so good. Or it would solve a lot of the issues. Almost out of that and that. That's good. I'm just waiting to clear them. Alright, so... you're all getting coal. And this is the coal one. So coal is being distributed to everything else. So we need a drone pad up above this floor somewhere delivering in the liquid biofuel just like we did. And I'll replace this line. So I'll just cut this. Does coal go into any manufacturing, or is it literally just for refueling? It seems to be just for refueling, actually. In which case, that truck station doesn't even need to be here. Yeah, we can cut that line altogether, which is great. We don't have to build any other lines then. It's just we'll just replace this with biofuel. Do we have to? We don't really need to, but it frees up a coal node. Makes use of the fuel that we have. On this save, I think there's a total of 500 hours, something like that. Am I going to play Surviving Mars? Or what was that? I was playing the Surviving Mars music, just for fun. I don't plan on playing the game, though, anytime soon. I played it before. It's really good. Hi, Darren, do you share the save file? Of this world, I do. Yeah, share all my save files. I don't think I've uploaded this one in a couple of streams, though. But I just forgot. But yeah, I normally do. Alrighty, so which one's the coal? This one. I'm not sure where that truck is, but we'll have to... I could just disconnect the power, actually, and then the truck will just wait here, and then we'll catch it. Right, so... for complete ease of building, we could just plug into somewhere on this line. That would probably be the nicest. Alright, yeah. Okay, cool. I normally like to hang them off the edge of buildings, but I guess, I don't know. I guess there's no point. No, I could just do a doorway and a wall hole, if you're thinking about it. Yeah, I guess there's no, like, nice staircase that leads up here, actually. I'll do... oh. Lightly misaligned. Oh, the wall hole is. Oh, yeah, yeah. It's alright. Thanks to our new wall holes, we can place them wherever we want. Kind of. There's the truck, right on time. Leave him there. Excuse me. All right. Here, come down. All right, just like that. They inadvertently set the starting point to ground level instead of querying the port level. Yeah, it does seem that way. That's a good observation. Try to understand what's going on in the code. Because I wonder, are they going all the way to 0 coordinate, or is it actually ground level, like you said? Like whatever the ground is where they are. Surviving Mars is an effectively dead game. I kind of disagree with the whole notion that single-player games can be dead. Any room for an elevator? In this place, we do need one, actually, to get up and down different places, because there's a floor above here and below, and it's not accessible. You have to go to the very, like, there's a stairway over there. So I might see if we can hang around this place and add that in, actually. Right, we need to act kind of quick, actually, before these run out of, actually, fuel. So I'm just going to do the same setup I did last time. This will be port number 1. This will feed any other ports. And it might seem wasteful, but I think it'll seem useful when you do eventually get other ones, unless I'm totally missing something. Those on occasion happen. Okay. That's in the way a bit. Still need to get better at placement of power. I always leave it to last minute. It's never that good. Alright, well, we've got power on the drones, or at least on the ports. Need to give them rocket fuel, I guess, just a little bit to get them started. You'll be port number 1. Mexico City. Mexico? Right, so this place is called the Silicon Factory. 01. Rocket fuel import. Copy, oops. Copy all that. Right, so this port is going to go again to the package rocket fuel export. Bonk. We'll assign you your drone. You will fly away. Gala, you are number 2, and you are biofuel. This port is now going to go to biofuel export. And the color of this factory is yellow and gray, so these are the default colors, so they're fine. Godspeed. This one flew off correctly. It didn't go to the ground, right? See if he goes through the ground or just goes. No, he's going up. Yeah, these ones are okay. Might just be the way where they're built. You know, the other one's near a cliff and a waterfall, and it seems to just duck down and then go up and around in a weird way. So I don't know. I guess it just doesn't have great pathfinding ultimately. That one seemed fine though. Nice and close by. It's only just landing over here. And check it while it's on it. So there we go. Full of biofuel. Love it. Yeah, so I'll need some sort of staircase, or like you said, a mini elevator that could even connect up to this floor. It doesn't have to be here, just somewhere here, just so we can get up and down it. But for now, we'll just close it. It's fine. So all of these guys are now going to be looking for biofuel. I might have to just manually give it to them to make life go a little easier. So there you go. Because they could end up stopping like wherever they are. Come back. There is a lot of trucks, to be fair, so this is a bit of a pain in the ass. That's not needed anymore. We could start draining this and just send it into an awesome sink just to clear it all out. You could just clear it out manually, but I don't know. A little bit of points that we could get. Why not? That dude's thing. He's quite low, this one. So that's the problem. Whatever that's just hit, it's hitting the collision of an old truck that's not there anymore. It's so frustrating to see that. Oh, crap. Got rid of all my biofuel. There we go. Rocketfuel's here. Biofuel's here. Love to see it. So only if a truck is like waiting at a station here will it probably get the biofuel. Otherwise, it'll have coal in it, and until the coal runs out, it won't be able to accept the biofuel. That's the problem with this kind of changing fuel types issue. So that's why I'm kind of more manually doing it just here at the beginning. And I'm sure there will be no doubt a few cases where I miss some. But this is basically the drones for the silicon factory done. And then it's just the copper factory. That's it then. Then we can kind of mess around, decide what else we do. You're just nothing. You guys can be switched out right now. Don't run me over. Thank you. There we go. How are we doing on draining this? Halfway down. Oh, this is that old bug, isn't it? Yeah. What do you got? You're on coal, and so are you. Oh, I got hit. Damn it. No. At least I look good, though. He's got biofuel. That'll be almost it, I think, after just maybe 2 or 3 more trucks. Most of these just have 1. I need to get rid of this coal as well then. Damn man, the hitching when I look over in that direction is so annoying. It only happened at 1.1, so I don't know what's caused it. Or like, yeah, well, obviously some optimization thing, but I don't know like specifically what's in that factory that's causing it. They've got their biofuel now, which is a good sign. We just need to get rid of the last bits of this coal. We've still got coal inside. Good. Okay, that's okay. What do you got? Biofuel, biofuel. Great. Good stuff. Should be almost it then. Maybe just that other quartz truck and maybe one or two other ones. Hey, Elvin Pong. That looks so weird. What about you, my guy? You're good? You're good? Excellent. Right, so it's just really the only one I know of now is maybe just the quartz, and I think that could be it. And if it's not a big deal. They'll alert me when they show up. We'll just do this. There we go. And that's the copper ones. So yeah, the copper will need it too. And then we can shut off the coal routes completely. Go get that dismantle crate as well. I goes to factory. Good, yeah. So it's a bit of a weird episode. We just did cosmetics, and then I did some organization at the Rocketfuel factory. So working out exactly how much we make of different things there, because we adjusted it yesterday, and I just wanted to make sure I logged it because it can be hard to keep up. Now we're updating the world to use drones to deliver fuel for the trucks. So currently the trucks mostly just operate on coal, and they're pretty much all operating on one coal node that's at the very south of the map, which is fine. There was no reason not to change this. There was no reason to change it, really. But I just want to have everything be unified, I guess. So now it's like all trucks will use biofuel going forward, wherever we build them in the map. So I just wanted to update our factories that have coal as a distribution method. So we've done 2. There's 1 factory left to go. I'm trying to think if any other ones use coal. Coke factory, maybe. But I don't know. They're the red trucks that are coming and going. I think they just got their fuel here. So it's not really a big deal. So we've just hooked up the drones to this one, and now I'm just double checking these different trucks, but I think that is it. And like I keep saying, if it's not a big deal. We'll be notified effectively when the truck stalls. Oh, that one actually doesn't have it. How do you get so much biofuel? You sloop the proteins? Yeah, just sloop everything. So if you think about it, you get alien. You type in remains, right? Any remains. So this 1 becomes 2. Then 2 becomes 400. Becomes 200 solid biofuel. No, sorry, 400 would become 400 solid biofuel. Yeah, because they become 1 to 1. And then the solid biofuel, 400 would become 300 liquid biofuel, I think, by default. So it'd be double that. I don't know, I can't remember. Anyway, you're doubling it all the time, right? So either way, by the end, you get so much out of 1. It's like insane. You still need to manually feed first step of all this. So I can show you how this works in a second. So obviously you'd never normally have to do this. This is weird that, like in my other playthrough, for instance, we just started with biofuel feeding trucks, really. I didn't have to do this, like going through trucks and updating it. So that's a bit unusual. Normally you just build the liquid biofuel plant and then you just distribute it with drones or with trucks themselves. You know, that's the normal way of doing things. So you're wondering, like, do you have to then manually fill... I want to update this truck as well. Actually, I'll leave that one. Do you have to manually fill the liquid biofuel? It's like, yes. Technically, yes, right? But we can do it remotely. We don't have to be there. And in fact, I'll do that now in just a minute. We have to go back up to the aluminum factory. There's a big container, I think, up there full of biomass. But here's the actual liquid biofuel factory, right? So there's 2 drone pads here, and they go down. The cave is underneath. So one of them is dedicated to sending out the liquid biofuel, and one of them is dedicated to pulling in organic material. And it's like, oh, do you have to run down here and drop it in every time? No. You can build a drone anywhere in the map and send it here, and it'll just drop off the material. So you still have to manually feed it. That is true. But you don't have to go here. You can do it remotely. And it makes so much that you won't have to do it very often. Like, I mean, I don't think I ever had to do it. I just tend to do it. But like, there's hundreds of thousands of liquid biofuel. The burn rate's really slow. It lasts like a really long time. But technically, if the game ran for like 1,000 hours and you didn't do anything, it would run out. But you need so little. Our containers are all just so backed up. That's why I wanted to make the swap now, because everything's just so backed up. Quick question, new player here. How do you determine how much I should produce for my dimensional depot for each item? Well, you only need to pop in items into a dimensional depot if they are items that you want to build with. You don't really need to send anything else into a dimensional depot. So if you want to build a train, it's like, make sure you're sending in modular frames, motors, steel pipe, rubber, wire. But you don't ever need to send in screws. There's nothing to build with screws. Except one very specific thing, just this. But generally speaking, there's nothing to build with screws. What would be a better example? Circuit boards. Never need to send in circuit boards. There's nothing to build with those. So how much of these items do you need? Really up to how fast do you build factories? I mean, normally what people do is you connect a container. So just very quickly, you'll have like a container like this. On top of it, you build a dimensional depot. And you send in something here. Let's say you're just sending in 20 per minute. 20 iron plates per minute. Low amount. Just 20 per minute. And then you get a Mark III lift. And you send it into the top. So your 20 per minute's going in there. But obviously, during times where you're not building, this is filling up. And you'll have a big full container of 9,000 or whatever iron plates. And then when you build, right, let's say you build something that requires iron plates, suddenly this kicks into action and you're gaining potentially 270 per minute when you've upgraded it fully into the uploader. So that's normally how you do it. So you don't really have to have a high volume. The only exception to that might be concrete. It can be good to have a lot of concrete. Again, if your upload speed's not very good though, what you could do is have 3 of these containers with 3 of these on top, all doing concrete. You can add more and more uploaders, and it's more things uploading faster. So I think in my old world I had 6 dimensional depots for concrete, and I was sending like 30 per minute into each container, right? So each container is only getting 30 per minute. It's not that much generally, but if you're not using or building concrete, then these containers are all filling up. And then when you do want to build with it, boom, suddenly you're flooding like 6, 12, 8, you're even more than that because it's whatever this is at. So I was at 270 per minute. You could be at 120 per minute, whatever the speed is that you're at for the uploader. But let's say you're at 270, the best. Or I think 240 is the best, sorry. You have a 270 belt though. So you're shoving 240 per minute in to your inventory across maybe 6 things. So 6 times 240, you could be refilling your inventory at 1,440 per minute because you have these containers at the bottom of them. That's kind of how you do it. So you don't have to worry about the speed going in. You almost have to worry more about the breadth of how much you're uploading at once. In factories I've built just recently, I've partitioned away just 6 reinforced iron plates per minute in a pretty advanced save, because that's all I'll need. The containers will just fill up. I'm not using them very often. So a low volume is what I would answer the question with, but like a lot of depots, or a few depots. Concrete's the only one I actually add multiple depots to, but yeah, you get it. Anyway, once you start exploring, you get quite a bit of circuit boards before you start building phase 3 items. Yeah, it's cool to have circuit boards in order to help you do certain things maybe, but you don't actually build with them. But it is cool to get them early to unlock hard drive sites or to manually craft some some things that you might need, like computers. So definitely it can be worth it. Oh yeah, sorry. I was just going up here to get the biofuel. Then we're going to go back down. So the silicon factory is now done. There's the copper factory next. And then another thing we could do is add in slug refinement into our liquid biofuel factory. Hey. Oh, I don't have any rocket fuel on me. There we go. That's better. Hello. Oh my god. Ah. The storage stack limit. Yeah, obviously, yeah, you've got your storage stack limit, so there's a limiting factor. That's why you build a container underneath, right? It's like you can't infinitely store in there. You know, you store like 200, or in the case of concrete, 500 and then 1,000 or whatever it might be. So you want to spread the wealth and just be able to refill it fast. Multiple containers. Yeah, so my containers are there. So we'll test out this theory of sending stuff down to the organic delivery system. It's not even testing it out. I'm sure it works. Done it before. Yeah. Cool. Alright, got loads of stuff to send. I mean, honestly, too much to carry, really. For one drone. We'll give it as much as it can take. Actually, just give this. Ow, hey man, it's not cool. They kind of pre-fired me there with that one. Right, so get all the remains. Remains is like most lucrative thing. Wood and stuff, I guess. Alright, so the idea generally in future, obviously these containers are quite big, but generally if you have a little bit on you, the idea is that we will just be like, okay, I'm just going to build a drone port like wherever I am. Obviously I need power, but beyond that... Oh, I'm missing radio control units. Damn. Need 5 of them. More protein, more biofuel for the trucks. I just bought the best possible fuel for the jetpack from the shop. What's the best one? Ionized fuel or something? Best is a... I don't know if I agree there is a best. Like, I use liquid biofuel for the most part. But if I need to go straight up, I use rocket fuel. But biofuel I use to traverse. Because it burns the slowest. It gets you the furthest. Rocket fuel gets you the highest. I don't know about ionized fuel. I haven't tested it or used it. But they have different uses, is what I'm saying, I think. Right, there we go. Drone ports. So outgoing. Wood. Send away the wood. Right, so this port is going to go to the liquid biofuel import station. You fly off, you take all my crap away from here. I might leave that one running because obviously we do have a lot here. It's going to take multiple batches. Normally it's like, oh, you have like, how many is it? 9 items, right? 4, 8, 9. Yeah, you've got like 9 items of organic material. Just ship it. Get rid of that. Slowly but surely decluttering the world. You can ignore if you want. I understand how the hard drives work. My concern is I don't know if I'll lose a valuable recipe that I won't get again, or will almost get a chance to. Yeah, you can get all the recipes. There's even more hard drive sites than there are recipes, so you'll definitely be fine. So don't worry about that. And you said you understand how the hard drive work. Yeah, a lot of people, what they do is they just leave it in the MAM for a long time as well, right? You might know this. I'm sorry if you do, but if you don't, it's just a quick thing. Having a lot just sitting here is good because you want to almost have all available recipes here before you start rolling new hard drives, because it just gives you the most chances of finding new things. If I chose one of these and then I had another hard drive, let's say I chose this one, found another hard drive, then this one could pop up. But don't make the choice right away. Choose only when you need it. You can actually track that. Ah, see, yeah, these are the trucks that have just run out of fuel. That's fine, we said that would happen. So you just have to give them their biofuel. That'll be fine. They'll refuel themselves then after the fact. 3 though. I'm surprised it was 3. I thought it would only be 1 or 2. No, yeah, that's normal. Okay. I might just then that will just keep delivering all that leaves and stuff away from me for a while. Alright, so we've got to go down south again. We're going to fix those trucks. We'll give them the biofuel they need. Then we have to do the copper factory for drones, and then maybe add in the summer slooping of slugs down underneath the biofuel factory. Then, if we got any time left, we'll do some more cosmetics up here. And then next week, we'll start building some new factory, I think, because, well, or deciding what we do with more aluminum. So we have a huge amount of aluminum now, and we can start making things. So I guess in progression terms, we do need a supercomputer factory. So maybe an oil refinery that makes plastic and stuff. Add it to the train line. There's also stuff to be done still with the copper factory, so there's loads to do. Yeah, I'm using the modeler and it shows alternative recipes, so then I'll go and see if I have, like you explained. Yeah, cool. I mean, at each tier. I didn't make liquid biofuel when I unlocked that, just from the shop. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. That's a lot of purchases, though, isn't it? You must have a lot of tickets. I like saving the tickets. Right, so where are ye? So I just passed by one. There's 2 out this way. Okay. I feel like the vertical boost from Rocketfuel and just slowly tapping jump gives you the best traversal. I disagree. For me, so each to their own though. I really don't think it's like a rule about it, but I really do prefer liquid biofuel. Like, it's definitely the best thing to get across the map in my opinion. I guess for me, I could say. Like, even lightly tapping Rocketfuel, it's just nowhere, it doesn't last near as long. And I'm generally speaking, need to go farther more than I need to go higher. Generally. Not always, generally. Use the hover pack. I hate the hover pack, man. It's so slow. I actually really hate the hover pack. And people know, they see about streams, like, I often forget to put down poles and stuff. Like, I feel like the range is so short. But yeah, like, I'm in my desert series and I haven't unlocked the hover pack yet. We just got to the milestones where we can. Oh, okay. That's that. That could be the silicon factory done then. So next one, last one, is the copper factory, which is in here. So all these trucks are thirsty. And the whole reason of giving them biofuel at all was that I wanted to add more trucks, and it just seems like we're taking too much away from the coal node, probably at some point. Time to cut them off. So ultimately, this can go, and this is the hole that we need to fill. Feed. Need to feed from somewhere just straight up here. Just temporarily, I'll just build this straight up so I can see where that goes. And again, kind of coincidence, but I just left this little platform here, so it's perfect for having drones on top of it. So this is where we need to send stuff. Okay. Right. So, rune. Gonna need more radio control units actually for these. I'll have to just manually craft a few. That's gonna be the idea, that we just roll straight into there. I guess I could just tuck it in a bit further. I always like to have them out over the edge. Maybe over the front would be kind of cool. Yeah, I might do that. Okay, let's just make these really quickly. I'll see if I can just make a few. If I make a manufacturer, put some summer sloops in them, we can just bang out a few and keep them for a while. Aluminum casing, do I have that? We need to hook that up to a dimensional depot. We have casing being made up at the factory now, but it's not on a depot. God, there's always so much to do and think about. Oh, okay. Alright, just need to go to the bathroom. How do you keep pipes and belts organized when doing a manifold? I can answer that when I come back in just a sec. Just gonna do the bathroom super quick. You can buy hard drives from the shop? Oh man, actually I forgot about that. That's pretty cool. It's a good tip if you don't want to go too far for them. Two belts and three pipes, all needing to run manifold together for a power plant. Yeah, I'll show you. Brace yourself. So let me describe this factory. Super quick. The way this works is trucks will drive in this way, and they turn to the right, and they go around here, and they drop off at these stations. These are all receiving the same thing, copper ore. There's just so much that we need multiple stations to do it. But forget the fact that they're trucks. Same principle applies, just generally. We're talking about the idea of manifolding. So keeping it neat and organized, you stack them, right? So I've got 8 belts here, all taking copper ore, all going deep into the factory, and very deep indeed. And these are all doing manifolds. So they're all feeding... So they go downstairs into a room that is kind of complicated, I won't bother telling you, but they come back up here, right? So we've got these 8 belts traveling along all together. And nowadays, you can build this way quicker. I did this by hand back in the day. Now you can actually blueprint them, and they'll automatically connect together. So you can literally just connect your belts in the 1.1 version of the game. One after the other after the other. So you could have a blueprint where you have 4 or 6 or 8 belts, and then you lay that out, and the next one, and the next one, they just keep connecting. It's great. But I did this back in the day, before we had that feature. So, this is a giant manifold. And it's meticulously grouped, because it had to be, because there's a lot of volume, and I was trying to track everything. Now, this is an obviously extreme example. The principle applies, right? It's like, yeah, let's say you just had 2 of these belts. They're stacked together. You keep it nice and neat and organized. You keep it on a foundation, nice in the middle. And then wherever your rows of machines are, you break it off with splitters, or whatever it might be that you're using to get your manifold to work. That's how this works. Every belt is doing the exact same amount, 780 per minute. And 780 per minute travels into each group. It actually breaks it in between 2 groups. So you notice that there was a splitter there. So this goes into group A, and then the other part goes into group B, right? So it breaks there. So this belt, it'll hit a splitter, goes into group C, and the next part goes into group D, and so on and so forth, right? And then it's just manifold from there, right? So it's 780 divided by 2, because we hit that splitter. Right, and we divide it by 2. So 780 gets divided by 2 here. So it becomes 390, and then we divide it one more time by 2. And it becomes 195. And then the 195 just manifolds its way down into a series of refineries. So we'll go upstairs and we'll have a look at the refineries real quick. And then basically their outputs are here, right? And they come back down, they roll along, and then they go upstairs into a specific part. So part of the reason for even doing this, I had a big giant logistics floor, because I knew that there was going to be a lot, and I thought it'd be best to keep it separate from the main build, because I could just focus down here and not worry about belts being in the way of machines and other things like that. It's a bit laggy in this place because it's quite big. Anyway, so as you can see, we just have rows of refineries. Every group is the exact same. It's just 13 machines, is it? It's 26 machines on asphalt, so 2 rows of 13. And we said that each line is being fed 195, so it needs 15 copper, and I think there's 13 of these machines. I think. So let's say 13 times 15, 195. It just works. And then we can see what's going upstairs is here. So every group is doing 487.5 ingots, 487.5. So that needed a Mark V belt, but it's normal that there's gaps on it because it's just slightly over a Mark IV. And then all the water was handled downstairs. Took hours, it took hours. It still hasn't done, really. So the goal of this place was to make 12,500 copper ingots per minute. Well, that wasn't the goal. The goal was to use all of the copper ore available in grassy fields.
Thank you for exposing yourself to the soothing ambiance of a fix-it elevator today. I hope you feel refreshed.
I like elevator. Anyway, so all the water is done in the same way. So again, just trying to keep things organized. The water extractors are directly below the area that they feed. So there's like one group of water extractors feeds 2 groups of machines. So they're in the middle of both. I went and did some crazy cable management so that I could actually remotely control all of these. There's no reason to do that. Well, there is kind of, actually. Because refineries are finicky. You want to fill them with water before you give them the ore. So the whole reason you saw that room where ore was going down and then coming back up, it's because they could go into awesome sinks if I turn on the awesome sinks. If I don't want the ore to go to the factory, I turn on the awesome sink. If I do want the ore to go to the factory, I turn it off. And that way it allows me to prioritize the water in a disgusting room that hasn't been made look very good. So, how do I keep my manifolds organized without intimidating you like crazy? The real answer is generally, if you could try to align things to the center of foundations, that can usually help you organize things. And then building stackable belts and poles, and even blueprinting them, can be a great way of like moving stuff around. And as long as you stay like on a foundation, it stays pretty neat and organized. Yeah, I saw that the truck just like fell off the bridge or the road. Yeah, they're totally messed up in this update, but whatever. They self-correct, and they're fine. They just don't look very good. Alright, anyways, in that time we should have made some radio control units. Well, whatever we made, it's gone into our depot for now. So, well, we could make a few more just while I'm here. And let's build our drone port. Our Puerto Bruno. We just need 2 ports, and this one needs to kind of... It doesn't have to, but it's nice if it lines up with that. Do blueprints on 1.1 auto-attach? Yes. There's a mode to make them auto-attach. So I should have some pipes that will show you this. Not that one. Stacked pipes. Let's say we have 6 pipes here. Alright, this is a blueprint, obviously. Just align it with the foundations a bit. The center of the foundation, on the edge of the line. Commit. And then you have build mode, right? So obviously, center the screen. Build mode. Default auto connect. Blueprint mode. Blueprint auto connect. That's the mode you want, generally speaking. The way this works is, when you I'm not clicking anything, by the way. When you place it in front of stuff, it'll try to determine what can connect to it, okay? It's like, yeah, great, we have our 6, right? We want our 6 to connect. And then when you're happy that the things that have connected you click. So you're like confirming the connection. Now I can move it, and the connection stays. I can even rotate it, and like do something like this. It uses curve mode by default. I don't think you can change that, but whatever. So yeah, so there you go. So this would make, like, again, I could have done those belts in... Don't even get me started on how fast I could have done them compared to how long it took doing the 1x1. But now it just does it itself, so it's great. You know, what a great feature. 1.1. And then, yeah, you just delete it. It knows it's part of the blueprint, so it removes it as well. You don't have to remove that after the fact, so it's good. And it's getting better. There was some issues with it initially, and they kind of patched it and made it work a bit better, so good job. Alright, this is done. Out of there. Get that. Now I'm missing casing. Damn. I'm gonna have to go get that. It's a shame. Yeah, we make casing in really high volume, actually. I just haven't hooked it up to a dimensional depot, so I'm just gonna have to do that real quick. Sorry. We're gonna have to go back to the aluminum factory. Thank you. No worries. I just did a huge oil line that could have... yeah. So I feel really fortunate in some ways. By the way, it works with trains as well, like train lines. So trains, railway segments will auto-connect now too. So I built that again. I missed out. This rail line was done before that was there. But now that it's there, I'm happy for my... So I've got 2 series on the go. This Stream World, and then my video series in the desert. But I'm happy for the desert series because I'm just about to start building trains. And now it's like, oh, cool. These will just all connect to each other. I'm actually also about to start building a big water pipeline because I'm in the desert. I have to kind of bring water in. And it's like, great. This will just all come in, you know, for me. There's no date on when 1.1, excuse me, actually comes out. Because they don't know. They're just testing, and as long as there's not too many bugs, they'll put it out, you know? The Desert series, I'm hoping for this Sunday. Hey, Spartan, imagine applying for a real factory management role, and you link a recruiter to your Satisfactory world in your CV resume. I'd hire him. Elon Musk would definitely hire them. I don't mean to bring up a controversial character, but I imagine him being somewhat of a gamer. And it's like, oh, I built this in Satisfactory. He's like, huh, that's cool. He'd probably love it. Hey, KVM. Hello. Hello from the UK. See Musk going for that. Yeah, some Gen Z alpha guy will be like, "What's your ELO in Diablo?" If I was a hiring manager, I would consider it. I've heard people put WoW raid leader. You know, jokes aside, I mean, I don't know what it takes to make a factory, really, so I don't know how useful it is. But if their world looked very organized, I would be like, oh, they have good organizational skills. They have good math, maybe. So, yeah. But if I looked at the world and it was a mess, then I'd be like, it doesn't really tell me anything then. You know, I'd be like, it wouldn't be like you're not hired, but it would be like, well, this doesn't help. But if it was super organized and like clean power lines, efficient numbers, and attention to detail, I'd be like, yeah, you're an organized person. That's kind of good to see, depending on the role. Hey, Back Addict. Thanks for the channel membership. Really appreciate that as well. Shout out to, oh my god, I'm after forgetting the name. We've got a V. Visioner for becoming a channel member yesterday. Well, how many are we at? I was gonna say there's not many new memberships today, and I think there's actually none yesterday. It's totally fine though, because I think I'm at my all-time high, so I can't complain. And last week someone dropped like an insane amount, so we're all good. But it's interesting. It's like I kind of forget about it, and then one pops off, and I'm like, oh yeah. Tell me about a time where you have a complex supply chain issue and what you did to resolve it. Yeah, that would be funny. Speaking of tell me about things, tell me, Spartan, what you had for dinner last night. Tell me about an exotic meal you had recently that either you or your wife made. Back Addict as well with the 5 memberships. I appreciate that. Sorry, I always feel like I don't mean to sound like I'm baiting people, but thank you. But I am, so thank you. And that's gone to, I was trying to make some stupid joke. Anyway, that's gone to Daximus Prime, Luke, Eve, Mr. Pale in Comparison, and Josh Connor. So close to John Connor. You gotta name your kid John. G. Shelley as well, with the 10. Thank you so much. Thank you for the insights. You gave me what I needed for my power plant. I'll upload a pic when it's done in Discord. Awesome. Yeah, sweet. I love seeing people's builds. Thank you, by the way. Ever thought about playing Minecraft Create Mod? Have I thought about it? Yes. Let's just say yes. Yeah, so back in the day, the Minecraft mod... Sorry, I should at least focus on what I'm doing as well. So I'm getting the aluminum. Man, I'm super tempted to play Minecraft. You have no idea. I even had it all running with all these cool shaders and stuff, and I was like, yeah, let's go. I was actually playing with the mod Immersive Engineering, and I quite liked that one. Only a little bit. I don't know much about these mods. Back in the day, you know, I was playing Minecraft update. I think it was when it first went to 0.8. First time it went into beta. So I wasn't an alpha bro, but I was there for the beta. And one of the very first mods I ever played was a mod called Tekkit. Tekkit. And that's the first factory game I'd ever played. And I still don't know if any other game has recreated that. I kind of want that game Foundry to do what they did. Anyway, long story short, obviously everyone knows Minecraft. What this game did was it would create like a... The first thing they added was like a way to automate mining, right? Because that's something you do in the game. But it was like you make an excavator and it creates like a big grid. So it goes like, okay, I'm going to count over this block all the way around. So it has like a 6x6 radius, and you can set whatever it is. And it required power to operate, and a laser would just go over in a line, sort of like a 3D printer, chopping each block. And you could get various things to upgrade this and make it go faster and stuff. And it would just drill straight down. And then a little pipe would pipe out the blocks that you got into a chest and stuff. And I was like, this is so cool. And then obviously it got way more complicated in the future. It added stuff like oil and fuel types and nuclear power and all this sort of stuff. And I don't know where that is now, that mod. So I don't know much about Create. I think Create has like trains and stuff. I've seen briefly little bits, so I would be tempted to play something like that, but I don't know. It's probably not going to happen. I loved Tekkit. Yeah, it was awesome. Loved it. Old industrial craft build mod. Haven't really made anything exotic lately, but since you like Thai food, we tried this new place out in Chino Hills that made an amazing khao soi gai. It's like a coconut-based curry with crispy noodles. That does sound interesting. Most Thai curries are coconut based, aren't they? Or have coconut milk as a base, I would say. Yeah, I made a Thai curry just the other day. That's why I was kind of asking. Or just thinking about it, I guess. This is what we need here. So temporarily, these are just going into an awesome sink. I might just, again, temporarily pull off a little bit to go into a dimensional depot, just so we always have it. Yeah, crispy noodles. I never really have noodles with. I guess I just normally go with the rice, but noodles would be kind of cool. Crispy as well. Rosie likes Thai food, which is unusual. She doesn't really like many, I guess, Asian style foods or Indian. Well, she likes Indian actually, but she's not into Chinese food or Japanese. But it's good that she likes Thai, because yeah, I get to try some of that stuff a bit more often. Have you tried Rocky Mountain? I've never had an oyster ever in my life. Or brains? Jeez, no. What animal is the brain from, may I ask? But no. I've never heard of them. Rocky Mountain oysters or any of that stuff. Rocky Mountain oysters are bull testes. Oh, so it's not... Oh, okay. I thought it was actually... I mean, I guess it wouldn't make sense to have oysters in the Rocky Mountains. The great mod is like Satisfactory, but in Minecraft. Yeah, it would be cool to play. I love Minecraft. People often ask if you only play one game, what would it be? It would probably be Minecraft. Maybe Factorio, but probably Minecraft. You're pretty good with Chewy. Yeah. American exotic. I'm not really squeamish, but I just don't think I'd want to have that. I don't know. I'm good. I guess I would try it. I'd try anything, really. But, yeah, just, I can't imagine sitting down to order the bull testes, you know? Okay. But I'd try it. Depends. It's a one-off kind of thing, you know? I'm not sure we'd call it exotic. Something. Any more trucks slow down or stop? Oh yeah, a couple more. Go fix them up in a minute. Check out the biofuel, man. Look how much biofuel I've got left. I could go like this forever. One thing that's cool about Rocketfuel is the agile nature of it. You can, it makes you more nimble. Like as soon as you equip it and you jump in the air, you can like swivel yourself around. You can't really do that normally. Right, so this can now feed all of the coal. Sorry, again, this area has that giant factory, so it just seems to be slow. It isn't this I mean, it's kind of laggy, but it's not this bad in 1.0. It's just something in 1.1 is dragging it. I hope whatever that is, they can manage to fix it. Now, I can't seem to connect into that. Why? What direction is this supposed to be going? Oh, am I at the wrong station? But this is coal. Oh, but that's the fuel slot. Oh, yeah. Oh, right, yeah. It really should have come down here, actually, then. Let me see. Yeah, that'd be fine. So we just have to align it with there instead. How do you make the launch tube with that junction? It's not a mod. No, you can just do it. I'm playing 1.1. In the 1.1 version of the game, which is on experimental, so you can opt into it on Steam and on Epic, I believe. In transport, you now have a hypertube junction, hypertube branch, and if you just build them in a circle and make that junction, you can press, when you're going around it in a loop, if you press E, switch the entrance that you're going to. So unlike a train, you don't press A and D to go left and right, you press E to swap left and right. And then you can, yeah, basically just decide when you launch out of it, if you want. Yeah, no worries. Back Addict as well, thank you. There's an Easter, I appreciate that a lot. There's an Easter egg I just found out about today. If you type, thanks Jace, helps a lot. In the in-game chat, you can see it. I've seen it before. I'm sorry to say. We can type it in though, just anyway. I wonder if they added a Snut one now that he's left as well.
An unknown transmission has been intercepted. It seems to be causing minor interferences, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Boy, howdy can you. Simply select the material type you'd like the buildable to have and build away. You can even bind the material to your hotbar if you're on the go. Now look, I know what you're thinking. What about colors? We got you covered. Bam! They're right there in the customizer too. Can you believe it?
I certainly can.
I didn't really get it when
Thanks,
I first...
Jace.
Oh, she didn't say helps a lot. That's so annoying. I didn't really get it at first. Like, I knew it was him and stuff, but like, why just... it could... why that as a... as what he says? Is there a reason for why he says that specifically? Like... or is it just... I don't know. Just for fun? Because I thought they would have used a different in-joke from one of the videos or something, but maybe that is one. I just don't know it. So, if I recall correctly, the truck stations are on a very specific power grid. And the drones should probably be on the same one. On a separate grid. And it's controlled by the power control room. Just a, yeah, probably a coffee stain inside joke. Or just thought it'd be funny that he's like a sales guy. Because he worked in marketing as well. I don't know. But yeah, it's good. Nice little, I obviously like things like that. It's funny. So this is the copper deuterium factory. And this will be number 1. This is our rocket fuel. Nope, this is our biofuel imports. This will be number 2. Biofuel import. Mexico? Keep getting Mexico City. Yep. CFF. ECF. Alright, so this port, I want you to go get that rocket fuel from here. And I want you to go get your biofuel. Sorry, autosave. Biofuel from here. Both of you need a drone. And we need some rocket fuel. Right, they're both going to take off and do their thing. We have copper, deuterium colors. Godspeed. Oh, they're doing the annoying thing, man, where they just go through the ground. Oh well. That might be fixed anyway later. I think my music's gone off. Try the Attack on Titan lo-fi. I love the beginning of this song. At the beginning of the album, whatever, because it's just like from Attack on Titan, and the first thing you hear is "Run for your lives! They've breached the walls." There's something just interesting about lo-fi music with like intense screaming and existential dread. Kind of interesting to me. Run for your lives. Anyway, I saw Bits talking about Satisfactory soundtrack problems. Oh really? I haven't. Yeah, I don't listen to music in games. I just don't like it. All right, so now we need to power all the trucks that are like this with biofuel. We'll get back to this area in a sec. I have to go fix the ones that have stopped running. Just waiting in the middle of the road, but... Right, so we have... It looks like 3 trucks that need their fuel. Imagine keeping the train stations and drone ports with their original names. That would be so chaotic. Like, how would you even know what's going on? Well, I guess you would eventually learn. It's just like, oh yeah, Mexico City is the drone port on top of Kopfig train station or something. It's like, okay. Man, I haven't hopped in the Explorer in a while, actually, thinking about it. Got loads of rocket fuel, good to see. I mean, while playing the game and a soundtrack play on the game, it blocks him or something? I don't know why that would be a thing. Could be to do with how he's got like loads of hotkeys and stuff for his music and overlays and stuff, so maybe that's something to do with it. Can't open this. There we go. Just as a guess, I don't know, because there's no way like an external program is affecting the game. I maybe, but I don't know. Alright, good. So just one more down this way, and then we have to start adjusting the other ones, like all the copper trucks that come in. And then, if I really want to, I have to try to look at which miners are being backed up and add more trucks to them. Speaking of backing up, those things are being blocked, apparently. Look into that. Oh yeah, and this needs to be upgraded to run with Mark V belts. Not much to do. YouTube is shitting down the stream for copyrights of the game he's streaming. Oh, and I'm assuming you mean shutting down. Yeah. I mean, fair enough. That's, if you're using copyrighted music, then yeah. Oh, is he getting copyrighted music for Satisfactory? Oh, right. That's, yeah, unfortunate. You'd have to talk to Coffee Stain then. You can get whitelisted. I'm sure there's maybe some other problem, but yeah, it's really annoying. I worked as a community manager for Creative Assembly. It made Total War games, and every now and then... It's nothing to do with if you bought the game or not. I can explain how copyright and stuff works in a minute, but and on YouTube. So as a community manager for Creative Assembly, so basically, if you buy the game, it doesn't give you the right to monetize the music on YouTube. No, there's no right given there. It's up to the musician and also the developer to allow their music to be used on YouTube for free or not. It's up to them. Some games do it, some don't. Square Enix, for instance, don't. If you run Final Fantasy music, you'll get copyright claimed. Even if you're playing Final Fantasy. They actually whitelist their games for a few years, and then they don't. And then some companies will allow it for the game, but not for if you're running that music on other things. So it's like, if you list the title of the video has Final Fantasy VII in it, then you can run the Final Fantasy VII music, like a workaround way, or if it has it in the game thing selection. But if you run Final Fantasy VII music on some other video, then it gets copyright claimed. Because it's up to them, right? It's their music, and if you want to profit off of it, plus whatever else you're doing, I guess, you know, they can take a profit share. And that's what a copyright claim is. Anyways, I'm assuming if this is happening to Bits and it's happening for Satisfactory, it's an error. And this does happen. It's usually because there's like a whole... It's really complicated. There's like a whole company... The company that owns the rights to the music might have made changes to their... to something in their portfolio, and it's refreshed on YouTube and deleted, like it's reset the rules where now they're copyright claiming Satisfactory soundtrack. What they normally do then is they whitelist creators. So they'll say like, okay, if you're this user this YouTube channel or this one, you're exempt from it. So that's what I had to do. When I was at Creative Assembly, our soundtracks weren't free to use initially. So you would get copyright claimed, but we would have a huge list of creators. I mean, anyone really that had like 500 or 1,000 subs or something could just use the music. And I was just whitelisting everybody. And eventually I think they decided like, and the reason for that was the composer was like, I want like a profit share. And the company was like, okay. Because he wanted his music on like Spotify and a few other places, so it became like a thing. Now, it wasn't a big thing. Creators weren't being struck left, right, and center. It was just like the developer, effectively, and the musician wanted ownership over their music. And not for other people to be claiming it or using it, I guess. And it just depends how those contracts are written. Some game companies are like, no, we own the music. And other times they say, actually, you own the music. And some game companies like Paradox and stuff are starting to put their music on Spotify. And they earn money from that. So you can see why they maybe don't want people to... Because what some people do is just upload the soundtrack. That's just the soundtrack's just up. And it's like, well, maybe you want to claim those people, but you don't want to claim people who have it part of gameplay. But there's no easy way to do that on YouTube. YouTube just detects the song or not. So, you know. In some ways, it's like I kind of get it sometimes, but yeah. I mean, for me, if I made it... Well, it's easy for me to say, I don't make a game. But if I was making a game, I like to think I would push for... I want the soundtrack out there for people to use. If they like the music, that's great. It'll maybe bring some attention to the game in a very small way, but maybe. And I think the money that you'll make from monetizing a soundtrack is really negligible. I'd rather focus the attention on getting people onto the game. But, you know, some developers will also... They sell their soundtrack as the pre-order bonus. So it's like... They don't want people, quote-unquote, pirating it or using it for free on YouTube. So it's a complicated thing, I guess. The consumer-friendly thing is just to let people use it. Well, it's easy to say when you're not the one who spent 2 years composing something and you feel like maybe they should pay for it. I don't know. I just think when you're part of a game, it's like kind of give up that right. But we don't say that for movies. Movies, we say... You know, I can't run the Gladiator soundtrack. I can't run Hans Zimmer's music. So, what's the difference there? I don't know. I play a game, I guess, on YouTube. Therefore, your music doesn't count as much. I don't know. It's a whole thing. It's complicated, I guess, is what I'm saying. Anyway, if I was making a game, I like to think I would push for making it as open as it could be. But I could imagine if the composer was like really adamant or something, we would maybe talk about like doing a soundtrack or something. But I think you're only inviting criticism and hurting yourself if you do that. And long story short, it's also sometimes out of their hands and changes that are made, and they might have to get the community managers to step on it again, which is what I had to do. Creators were like, I'm getting copyright claim for Rome Total War music now. Like, what's going on? And it's like, oh, sorry. Like, I don't know what changed, but I can re-whitelist you and it won't happen again. So hopefully for bits, it's a situation like that. The music I'm using is from a guy called Rifty Beats, and I contacted him before I used it, and I paid for the music. And he just has a thing where it's like, yeah, you can use it as long as you credit me. And I do. He's credited in the videos, and I mention him. Alright, drones for the copper factory. I was just checking that these, there was no other things that need to be refueled. So I now just have to give these trucks biofuel, basically, and then that's done. You've got coal. I'll probably just do it as they pull in. They're constantly going to be pulling in here. These are filled with biofuel now, which is good. They've already drained all the coal out of them. That's just quite funny. All I have to do is just take the coal out, and it'll just automatically fill. So that's good. Not too bad. So I'll just be a little maintenance worker in here for a few minutes. Thanks again for the support, by the way. I really do appreciate it earlier. The catwalk would either be a nightmare or super fun in a wheelchair. Have I seen Let's Game It Out Satisfactory plays? I've seen a couple of videos. I've seen bits of them. I haven't really watched the full thing. I hate to be a stick in the mud, but I just not into it. It's nothing to do with like how big it is or anything. I just don't find, quote, breaking games interesting. I think it's because I'm a I'm a game developer. I see broken stuff all the time, and I know that if you just tweak some numbers, you can do that kind of stuff. It is interesting how players figure out how to break games. Don't get me wrong, like exploits are interesting. From a design perspective, it's like, oh cool, you figured out a way to like get around this thing, you know? And I understand that people like when games are pushed to the limits, but I see it for a few seconds, I'm like, oh, and then it's like a card trick. I'm like, oh, that's cool. Like, oh, he made a tornado vortex with drones. It's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of drones in the sky. Okay, like, I don't know. I don't get it. But more power to him. People love him. I don't know what other things he's done. I've just seen Satisfactory stuff. The catwalk ramps that use, yeah. No, I know. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Like wheelchair access. That'd be funny. Yeah, it'd be cool if you could have that symbol in game. There is a mod that adds loads of real world symbols, like the exit symbols, gender symbols or whatever for bathrooms, and I wonder, do they have like a disabled symbol or something? You could have like a ramp and have a disabled symbol and be like, oh yeah, it's wheelchair friendly. That's it. Oh yeah, the Caterium truck needs it too. I forgot that. Run them with a factory cart? Question mark. Run. What are you asking me? Is it again to do with the wheelchair thing? That was cool. The drone's like really low. Oh my god, it's freaking out though. Oh my god. I just saw a truck get launched in the air. I think. Or maybe it just warped back. It looked like a drone hit it and it flew off that way. I don't know. I don't see it anymore. It's stuck. These guys are fine. I don't see it. It's killed me. Is there? I don't know where it is, Kaylee. I don't know. It'll be too hard to pinpoint it. Any more? What do you got? Oh, you're the coal truck. Hey, come here. I'll just have to park you somewhere. Unload the coal. Oh, I'll just delete it. Screw it. Did that earlier. Oh. Thank you. Alright, that might be it. It's just a Caterium truck when it gets back up here. Just a graphical bug. That's one of the reasons I don't like. Oh yeah, no, they're really graphically glitchy. Get near them and they do weird stuff. Totally, yeah. Now they're doing more weird stuff than ever in 1.1. So it is. I've finally capitulated for the first time. Like, it's hard to recommend using them because they are looking so disturbed. Like, it's hard to argue them, but they do work. It's just like, if you like the game to look good, it's like they're a mess. When they work though, it's so great. Like, they all line up behind each other and they're doing the thing that's proper. It's like, yeah, this is how it should be. Alright, there we go. The distribution system is active. I think there's only one of these. There might be two. Whoa. Yeah, that's not right. No, I think if there was two, I'd see it by now. Although, 780 per minute coming out of that station is a lot for only one truck to be doing. Although it is full at the same time, so maybe, I don't know. Alright, so now I just need to go out to... So that's done. But I would like to add more trucks. Just pile more on. I have removed the coal ones, so that's something. But we do also now need to add more trucks. To potentially just make sure all the ore is getting into the factory. Because I don't think it is. We have to go out to each deposit one by one. So I'll follow them in order, actually. Might be good. So basically, all of the trucks go to extraction number 1, I think is up here. Number 3, 2, 1. Alright, let's go to 1 number first then. And if any of them are not running at 100%, just add another truck onto it. Sort itself out. Yeah, I'm not a drone pilot, but I think you're supposed to land on top of the landing pad. $95. You're pretty close. See how well Darren organized these. So the CCFs are the one to go to. So we need to find upper extraction number 1. There we go. Load the path. Enable autopilot. Go the nodes. There we go. That's the right one. And give it a color. I'll just set it on its way. Dude, cross the line much? What the hell? Oh, we drive on the left in this world. I was like, what? It'll be fine. Yes, you're empty and you have just filled. So it is just slightly more than it should be. That's a shame. It's only 5% in it, but I could tell them to wait actually then if I wanted to, but... Actually, yeah, I'll do that. If it's only 5% difference, let's just say, show me the nodes. $16 seconds. We'll set this to like, I don't know, 32. Let's go a bit lower. 28. Alright, so on to node number 2. They fixed something in broke trucks. Yeah, my hunch is that, you know, there's more controller support in this patch. And I think they tweaked how vehicles drive to be better with controller. And I think because of that, the routes are really acting weird. But I could be wrong. It's just a hunch. Extraction number 2. So is this miner okay? This one's fine. Don't need to do anything then. Oh, my legs. What's next project in this save? Yeah, I don't know. I think making supercomputers, we don't make that yet. And then we could advance some milestones. One thing I would like to do is start making like the hazmat gear and some weapons. So I've never really done that before. That'd be something different for me. So like a weapons factory plus the filters, like anything you kind of need. And we could build a space elevator near that maybe as like a home base. That could be good. And then also supercomputers is the next thing to actually make. Alright, they're good. And also, I mean, you could say that it's a little less exciting, but just like getting everything working still. There's still things that aren't fully running. It'd be nice to go over to the coal power plant now, actually, and make it a Mark 5 belt. Could do that. So, extraction node number 4 and then 5, and then that'll be it. That should be all the copper getting delivered. Weapon factory sounds good. Nuke factory. It might be a bit earlier for that because I don't think I have the necessary material. But we could have the factory be built so that when I get it, we can easily add it in. The other one was an oil refinery. So to do supercomputers, I think I need more plastic. And I don't think in this world I have a proper... I don't think I make plastic. Like I have a tiny little bit over in the blue crater. And I think that's all I've ever had. Do you need plastic to make computers? Because I do make computers, so let me see. No, I use the Caterium computer. And then circuit boards. I use this circuit board. So I don't use plastic in my electronics factory. Yeah. But I kind of need it now. Ooh, yellow light. %. This is outpost number 5. Back away a little bit and then turn around so it can actually get some stuff. Whoa. Oh yeah, there's a little ramp there. Meant to do it. Computers and supercomputers are the only things I use plastic for. Yeah. There's oil in Blue Crater. I know often people say, oh, I'll use that for rocket fuel. But I'll probably just grab the oil and do something else with it there. Good. Alright, one more to go. We'll see how it is. But so far, 2 trucks not too bad. We got rid of 2 trucks. Somewhat bounces out, although there's just going to be a bigger queue forming behind each thing. This is where the coal was coming in, so that should be largely left alone now. %. Yeah. Alright, you need one too. Can't remember how this gets down here, really. Actually, there's a road here. Yeah. What number was that? That's number 4, right? Yeah. Two trucks in this area might cause a... Oh, they go that way. That's good. He knows where to go. Yeah, they go around down and around up this way. That's good. It's going to increase the timer. If they're on 91%, then they could wait here a little bit of ease traffic at the other place. 10.5 seconds. Like 30, I don't know. Create a bit of a gap between them. Might be a little bit better. And it's gone. I don't know where it's gone. Oh, maybe it's gone to the factory. Oh, that's kind of annoying. You could go pick up right now. Come back. I guess I'll just let it do its thing, but I want to turn off those nodes. Alright, I think that's it. That should be the... Well, it's all done, yeah. I have it all listed out, so nice. You want to see all these trucks being empty and they come back, generally speaking, so that's good. So, now what? I might go clean up some of the stuff I made. So, I added that awesome sink into the other iron factory, and we added the drone port delivering some of the excess leaves and stuff I had. So, I might just clear a lot of that crap out of the way. And how much time do I have? We had a schedule. We have an hour and a half, really, to play around with other things. To decide what to do next. I'd like to kind of just do some cosmetics, if I'll be honest. And troubleshooting, like getting things working. Could go into the big copper factory and get things working in there, actually, because there's still some stuff left not working. Right, we're down to just one container. That's good. As we build more signs, that'll be used. Quickly. Right. Right, the coal is, or coal station anyway now, is offline. This can go. Good. Oh yeah, the elevator here maybe. Actually would be good while we're here. So a way to get up and downstairs. I need to go upstairs first to see where's a good place to cut through. Actually, I know where I want it. This is relatively central to the factory, so somewhere here would be nice if I could just go straight up. And this is sort of temporary until we find out what to do with all this silica. I love that it looks like it's reversed. What the hell is that? Storage container. Bits' problem was from in-game sound effects. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Not the soundtracks. Oh, I wonder did they license their sound effects out? You know what sometimes happens though? Is companies just rip audio files on YouTube. They just find audio files. They make a quick fake company. Like just on YouTube, they don't have to do anything legal. And then they claim like loads of things that have it. And then it might only last for a couple of months before they get taken down, but they steal like revenue and stuff that way. So that does happen. That's like a real thing. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen it. I'm playing the same game. I haven't gotten that yet. He's bigger than me though. Sometimes they target channels. This is a good spot. Let's do it here then. What's down below? Maybe on the other side then. Damn. Okay. Oh, God. There's something everywhere. And this floor comes out wider than this one. What about one further over? This one could work. A bit of a weird spot. And then we'd have to go straight up again. Is that just... This is the roof, though, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. This might work, then. Not gonna like cutting through this. I'll just see though. I can get rid of that bush. That'll be okay. I don't know if I want to go all the way up. I guess it's nice to be able to get access. Do you ever plan on trying heavily modded? Yeah, at some point. I'd said that I'd only do it when I beat the game, and I recently did beat the game. There's still things in the game I haven't really done yet that I'd like to do before I mess with it. But also, the big turn-off for using mods is the fact that, like, it's save incompatible. Like, I wouldn't be able to play on 1.1. You just have to wait. Well, I wouldn't be against it. I like the idea of it. Right, elevator floor stop somewhere here would be good. And this one will have to be rotated around, I guess. Alright. Elevator's in. Need to give it power. Think they'll ever expand the map again? Like fill in the void in the South Grasslands and Blue Crater? You mean this bit? I don't know. I don't think they will, actually, personally. I don't know why, I just have that feeling. I've got no insight on it. I just don't think they'll expand the map. I do think if they ever do, they might utilize areas that are in water. But I don't think they would fill in... Yeah, like, I don't know. I mean, they could, but I just don't think they will. I don't know why, I just feel that way. I just... Because people might build out in these places. Unless it's, like, out of the border or underwater, I just don't think they'll touch it. I see the truck, yes. I'll get to it. I have a name for these different floors. Ah, that took a while. Alright, so it's down a level. Let me just fix the floor here. So...
It's nice of you to come by. It can get pretty boring here.
Workstations and assembly. Oh, you know, I didn't make the... This elevator doesn't go to the floor to get me to the drones. I could do that, though, too. It doesn't matter. Whatever. That's funny. This icon is broken. That's actually not a bad placement because you can just take the hypertube then to the stairwell. Yeah, so I was going to say if I did this, but somewhere up here, it needs to be to the height just over these bars, effectively. Maybe there? Can't really go there because we'd be running into the bars. I mean, I could just get rid of the bars. They don't need to connect across here, really. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for it, but I just feel like they're not going to expand the map. I think they might do another map one day, or they'll make previously inaccessible areas accessible, like cave systems, bigger caves, underground, and water. That'd just be my guess. I could be wrong. I just feel like they're very cautious, especially now that the game is out. I mean, they were cautious during early access. I can only imagine how much more cautious they are now about interrupting what people have already built. And I think if you just... People can build out there. So unless it's out of map bounds, I just don't think they'll touch it unless it's in a really hard to reach place. But I could be wrong. I mean, they could do it and just be like, they give everyone warning and let them know. But if I built out there, I'd be annoyed, you know? I'd be like, oh, that's kind of annoying. Even if you're getting more content. Now, Am I actually going to take an elevator to just go up here? Probably not, but at least I can just jump up myself if I need to, if I'm on this side. If I'm not on this side, then yeah, I guess so. Every 3, we'll stick in the braided cable straight up. So 1, 2, 3. I'm trying not to look at the copper factory because it actually just gives me a big frame rate hitch. Like even if I just go over there, it's like, ugh. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, new planet. Yeah. It'd be cool if they did some, like, I like the foundry thing that they do. Well, that's kind of different, but it's adding space. If they... The Rift Breaker is quite an interesting game because you have multiple maps and what runs in one map carries over to the other. They are separate though, like you have to load into them. But it is interesting that it logs and knows the per minute rates of everything. I've always been curious like how that even works really. Because what if things would run out? But they never, it does seem to work. But it'd be kind of cool if you could go to another world and you still have your dimensional depot and stuff. Doorway, sorry. Let me just stick a few of these in. Oh yeah, we've got yellow lights here. Let's see if we can fix that. That's kind of something to do. We need to optimize. So what's your problem? You're all backed up. All backed up. And you're consuming... You're making 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 30, 60 per minute. Alright, 60 per minute. Are you guys working? 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 times... 7.5 is 60, so you are consuming all 60. So what's the problem? Who's running short and why? Is it the concrete issue? There's often a concrete problem in this place. Yeah, it's definitely concrete. Okay. 58%. There's your problem. Not enough concrete. Oh yeah, the truck. Sorry about that. Thanks. There's 2 of them now. Where is this happening? Oh, it's up at the other place. Okay, cool. Northwest side of the map is full of water. Some snowy mountains would be nice there too. Yeah, by the way, I saw your messages yesterday. I saw them after the fact. Where you were saying the lighting used to be better. And I looked at my old videos of Update 8. Maybe that's true, like in the technical sense, but I didn't notice anything. What was better? I saw you mention it a few times, which is funny. You're like, oh, is something about the lighting being bad? And then you're like, yeah, this looks cool. Would look even better in Update 8. I'm not someone who likes paid DLC, but if they dropped the second map, I'd buy it. I already got more than my money's worth for what I paid for the game. I like paid DLC if it's good. I like sequels better than DLC though. Not that this game would need it, but yeah, I'm happy with DLC. As long as it's good. This needs to be good. Small little micro DLCs suck. Expansion type DLCs that are good, we're totally worth paying for in my opinion. Each to their own though. Help me, Darren. Thanks for the reply. No problem. I miss a lot of chat, and sometimes I'm just scrolling through or watching the stream after the fact at certain points, and then I'm like, oh my god, there's so much chat that I didn't see. I'm sorry that I missed so much because I was like, man, I didn't see any of these. Yeah. 5. So 7.5 times 20.625. It could just be the fact that the trucks were stopped running for a while. So 154 concrete needs to come down this way. Oh, let's see if this will actually work for us. So we need 154. I'll try to trust it by what it tells me. Looking for 154. Check it in a minute. Let's follow the source. So I know that this goes upstairs. It just goes along a straight line, actually. Actually, we can go upstairs here. Yeah, that's it there. So this line. So as long as these guys are working, it should be correct. Let's see. 15 per minute. It sounds like we even make more than we need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Are any of them underclocked? Surprisingly, no. So that is more than we need. It's 155. I don't know why I wouldn't have had it set exactly. Ooh, a little low on limestone, are we? Interesting. Why are you low on limestone out of everyone else? Oh, because the belt speed's so fast, it's... oh yeah, okay. Alright, at 99 we're pretty much where we should be. But I wonder, yeah, was there just maybe an interruption for a while with the limestone? I would love if they implemented new models for the same buildings or spread the recipes out so I don't have to build 780 identical looking refineries. Yeah, the refinery spam is a bit much. I agree. I wouldn't have different models for the same building. I would just have, yeah, like you said, a different building that also maybe has the same sort of input system. I doubt they'll do that though, because if their budget's a bit tight with buildings, they'll probably only introduce them for new things, really, but it would be nice. They seem to be pretty full. These are all running okay, so are you okay? Yep. Let's check the ones on the ends as well. I'm just curious to see, like, is the limestone all being used correctly here? This should have priority, and upstairs says doesn't. Yep, that's okay. Alright, let's check the logic thing. $165. Yeah, I mean, that's 11 times 15. That is what it should be making. Although one of the machines was at 99%, which would bring it down to like 164. And we needed 150 something, didn't we? 155 or something? So I reckon it just takes time. Hope, anyway. Belt speed 2 yeah. We'll check back on it after a while. If it stays at 165, then it definitely will have hit the number it needs to eventually. But then the constructors would probably slow down. They need to be clocked lower, actually. Maybe I could try to do that actually right now. So 20.625. There's 8 machines. Oh, it is 1, 2. Oh, did I say that one of these was I said 7.5 for some reason. Oh, that's correct then. It's 1 to 1. Yeah, they're all running at 100%. Okay. They have the right number. 165. And the belt speed is correct. They do take a while to fill, because they are 500 stacks, so it is a slow manifold, but it should work eventually. Alright, anyways. Oh, hey, Devil Dog. Number 5 needs 3 trucks with a 15-second wait timer. I'm sorry, I saw that before. The Caterium truck is fine on its own. Number 5. 3 trucks for that one. Because there is 2 nodes feeding into it, I guess. Alright, we're gonna go have a look at that. Yeah, I agree. Move refinery recipes over to blenders. Yeah, it's a tough problem to solve. It's like, damn, yeah, it would be nice if you just made another building. Like some machine where it's like 2 liquid input, 1 item input. So it's like between a blender and a refinery or something. And then maybe it will give you a reason to use it. Given certain circumstances. Oh yeah, this is catching up now. I have to give it time to really know, but I'm guessing it's because some of the trucks stalled for a little bit. Like 2 of the limestone trucks were stalled for quite a while. So I'm guessing that's it. Might wrap up soon. I'm pretty tired. I'm going fairly quiet. I was up till like 4 in the morning. Dealing a legal blow. Decisive legal victory. Oh yeah, look, I've got that, well, it's not the same thing that other person have, but I can see in the distance a truck is highlighted. Change it from 9.5 to 15. I don't know if I like having these problems solved for me. I'll give it a go. I'm going to look at it and then judge for myself, because your trucks behave differently than mine. There was a mod called Mark++. There was like 4 times assembler, 4 power, 4 times output. But I think it got broken at 1.0 and they didn't update it. So just a mod that basically boosted everything by 4. Paying for DLCs feels better than not paying for DLCs. Just because of Coffee Stain, I think they deserve a lot. Yeah, in my opinion, you should pay for the things you play. Or, you know, don't pirate them, basically. But that's me. Oh, it's a drone that we can see. There we go. Cleared. I don't remember what that place does. Oh, it says it. Portable miners. Oh, yeah. Cool. See what the speed is. 100%. So far, so good. We've had it there for a while. Let's check the other one. I see no problem. Yet. And that's been going for a while now, hasn't it? Let's see, it's at 1800. Oops. See how full it gets before the next truck gets down here. Last thing I'm going to do is just go grab that dismantle crate and then I'll call it a day. I am pretty tired. Oh, what to get for dinner? I had a burger for lunch. Supposed to just have a burger for dinner. Hmm. $2,800. Trucks are forming their orderly line. Man, I really wish you could see what the trucks, what route they're on even. Just like tell me what route that is. Alright, I mean, are you empty? No, you actually have a bunch. Maybe they need longer... They might not be unloading everything. Maybe. Like, they might need more time to unload. Because the numbers up there might be configured to what they were before. Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't really matter, actually. As long as the things are constantly not emptying, I'll just check that as well. And there's no problem. You're going to fill up real nice. And then get going. So you're full now. I'll just sit on this truck and go up to the factory as well. It might be gaining a little bit over time slowly, so Devil Doc might be right. I might start working on a mod that adds big versions of existing machines, like a power plant for generators. The idea is to make it fit vanilla as much as possible. That'd be cool. Yeah, no one likes generator spam either, right? So yeah, if I could do anything with the game, like for me, I agree. I would do stuff like, yeah, really large size, like a super refinery, a super power plant, that kind of thing. It's like, it is the same thing, but it takes... It's like how you'd probably design it is like the power of 2 and 3 refineries, but in the space of 2.5. That's how I would do it anyway. So it's like it's slightly more efficient, but the cost will be more expensive. Like you have to make more. One, it would probably power wise be more expensive, but 2, it would be it would use more special things like more supercomputers or radio control units, something more advanced to make it. But that'd be dope. And it's like, cool, like I'm out of refinery now. Now we can start building like super refineries or something. And they're slightly more efficient, but that might drive people mad where they're like, oh, now I have to go back to my old factory and like redo everything with these upgraded versions of things for peak efficiency. And they'd cost more power because there's also too much power in the game. Most people seem to be able to make too much power once you start getting into the serious power recipes. But yeah, anyway, just to touch on this, these are all full, so I have no problem with what's going on here, really, other than just the visual ambiguity of things. But as long as these are all receiving, pumping out their stuff. Now, there could be other issues further into the factory. Maybe not everything's running in here. That could be the case. I could just check that real quick as well. Like, Caterium definitely isn't, but the copper I'm just curious about. That should be running fully. I think they're all hooked up to awesome sinks. So we'll look for some yellow lights now. So far, so good. Oh, here we go. Quite a few on this side. Blocked, not getting out fast enough. That's a good one. That's a good problem. Let's fix that before we look at the others. Yeah, there's a mod that you can check the machines from a distance. I actually think, like, if it was my game and I was designing it, I would have it so that you have to hook them up to display signs and you can remote monitor. But I wouldn't do the Factorio thing or just like what other games do where you press like Alt and you just see everything. Like, the game looks good. You should be encouraged to, in my opinion anyway, in some in-world method, see these things rather than just like have some HUD display over things. I don't know, but that's just me. Like I would connect it to a network and then you see the machines on that network display on a display sign, and you can add more to it and that kind of thing. So you're Mark 5 out of your mind. Good. All right, let's just follow that up and see if it's going into an awesome sync, because something's obviously wrong with it. Oh, these are the ones that go to make copper sheet. Yeah, I don't think I ever upgraded the copper sheet actually, so we could do that. These are Mark 5. I don't think I ever told copper sheet to go into an awesome sync. I think that might be the issue. Play a ton of Anno 1800 and love the mods that take early game production buildings. Exactly. Yeah, I love that. And the interesting thing with that mod is as well, it's like an increased cost. It's like, okay, now they're not going to use villagers, they're going to use workers. Or it needs power. It's like, perfect. It's an upgrade, but it's optional. It's like, yeah, you could just keep it the way it was because it uses its own workforce or whatever. Or if I feel like I'm ready and I have the excess power or something, I can squeeze a little bit more out of it. I love that kind of stuff. So that's exactly what I would do. Radio. So here we are. Mark 5's good. Yeah, so let's try to get this place running at 100. So they'll need awesome sinks to go into. Just check down here that things are running correctly. Pretty sure I upgraded all of these, so they're good. That's all good. Yeah, I guess I have no memory of doing that really, but okay. Alright, so we probably just have to follow the copper sheet then, and make sure it continuously runs. Oh, sorry. Ever played Beyond All Reason? Yeah, I actually have. I started playing it just recently. I saw the Twitch streamers 2 Angry Gamers playing it, and they were just like, oh, we're just going to download it now, and I just downloaded it as well with them, and I got into their game, which is fun. And it's cool. I really love Supreme Commander, and it's basically just that game. I'm not good at it, though. I just like the scale. I think it's super cool. But I don't really have much time to play on PC or RTS games generally, so but I think it's really dope. Like I'd love to play that kind of thing with a friend like every week or something, or every weekend. Like to make that my game would be cool. For those who don't know what that game is, Beyond All Reason's basically like a really large map, and it's like the game Supreme Commander Forged Alliance. It's a sort of RTS game at a huge, like at a very large scale on a big map. Actually, the map isn't like maybe that big. It depends on the one you're playing on. It can be. But the thing that is like at big scale is there's like no unit cap. You've like tons and tons of units. And it becomes to the point where you've got so many. You're just like pumping them out of factories based on this economy. The economy is so simple. You have energy and materials. And you basically get geothermal energy from the ground, and then you build like solar panels to get more energy. And then you need that energy to make materials, and you build more energy with materials. So it just feeds itself, whatever the situation is. And then obviously you use the materials and power to kind of field and power big units or special units, as well as like some smaller ones too. And for the most part of the game, you're running like a lot of small units. And then when you get to the mid to late game, you have these like super units basically, if it makes it that far. And you even have nukes that can like, you've got nukes that will like completely level an entire like base, a huge base, like a place the size of this factory. Or you have like nuclear deterrent systems that will shoot those out of the sky, but you have to like keep everything powered to be able to do that. So it's a really interesting, like fun, it's like almost an RTS logistical game, because what you end up doing is having, the map is fairly large, where you'll have like transports and you set them to ferry. So you're like, I want to go from here to there, but back and forth. And you can add more to it, so they'll just keep going on a loop, and they're picking up your troops and delivering them out to the front lines. It's dope. It's really cool. And Beyond All Reason is on, you can download it for free, on off a web, like it's not a web browser game, but you download it off a website, and it's not on Steam. And it has its own launcher, and it's great though. It's decent graphics, and it runs really well for what it's doing, especially. Anyway, yeah. So I was just wondering, why is this not running quite right? So 2 of these go off this way, but they do ultimately overflow out here, don't they? Which way is this facing? I don't even know. The right output says nothing, so that can't be the right, but it looks like it is. Is it this way then? Yeah, it must be, right. Overflow at the left, cool. I'm just making sure it's overflowing. Okay, if that's the case, then Mark 5. You're hitching, so you're obviously having a problem at the very end. They should be both going into a container. Is there a Mark IV segment on this belt? Okay. I just upgraded from a 3060 12GB to an RTX 9070 XT. Never even heard of that. I also upgraded the monitors. How was your day? My day was pretty good. I'm a little tired, but it was pretty good generally. I didn't do anything like that. I did get paid today, so that was a good feeling. But yeah, well, there's your problem. Got 2 belts going in, you got 1 coming out. Do another ham-fisted temporary solution here. So this is overflowing in there. Oh yeah, sorry. Better. Need a dimensional depot though for these guys somewhere. Guess just another one of these, whatever. Can you... I told this to go out to the left. You can't prioritize it. You can't say go left first, then right. Yeah. Why am I struggling with this? I'm clearly just very tired. I'm just like, which way should it go first? I guess I could just send this into a dimensional depot and then overflow out there. I suppose that's the way to do it. Kind of. Alright, this all has to be cleaned up. Maybe this is some... Well, we'll leave this till another time when we actually have to make sure we get stuff out of this floor. Otherwise, I'd just spend forever in this place. Still want to keep upgrading the aluminum factory to make that run properly. Alright, well there we go. So now we're filling this container. It'll overflow into here. We'll keep the copper completely running now, so that should be a bit better. Yeah, so hopefully that copper line continues to run, and then we'll consume the true amount, I think, of copper in this entire build. Anyway, the current idea is that it replaces 50 sorry, did you read? My start working. Oh yeah, I read that already. Current idea is that it replaces 50 generators. It uses 10% less space. But it's... Wow, that's a lot. 50 generators? So you're talking about it in a gigantic building? I don't know about that. I mean, I'd like to see it, I guess. But it's 25% more expensive. Higher materials, more of them. I'm pondering if they should... 50 generators? 50. That's a lot, man. 10 would be good. I mean, I kind of like the idea of seeing a superstructure like that in some ways, but in other ways, I'm like, oh, would it have multiple inputs then? 'Cause I was thinking it could be boring if it's just like one input on this massive thing that takes up this, like the space. So a generator is like 2.5 foundations. 2.5 times 2.5 would be the area. I think. Not very good at math. And then you just said 50 of them. So it's 312 meters squared. And then you said it would be 10% less. So your building will take up 281 meters squared. Or I say it is a building, I guess, but the machine. That's like insane. I mean, I kind of like the idea of it. Some super building. That's huge. For reference, I've only got like 70 generators in my Rocketfuel plant. And I've never built a place that uses something more than that. I mean, I probably will one day where it's like a couple hundred, but even then. So my personal advice would be just maybe tone it down. 20 would be pretty good. 20 generators. I mean, it's still huge. Generators are massive. But you do you. I mean, that could be really cool. People might really like that. I don't know what other people would feel. There will be smaller, like 10 gen too. Yeah, like I like the idea that there is this like super massive thing that you can build if you want. How would you do it? Are you like a modeler or something? Like taking components of the other parts of the game and you can model them together maybe? And hey, Jacopo? Let's check downstairs. I always left click. Right, last thing I'm just checking
I
out.
hope you're having a great day.
And I'm having a good day. I genuinely am. I got good news about that apartment stuff, and then things have been good. I'm just a little tired because I've been up late. But I might just clear these guys just to let them run properly now. So I'll help you guys get going again. I don't know if this will really help. You should be able to get out, but over time, because we don't make as much as the belts are carrying now, so in theory you should all get running. And these all use power shards. What a waste. That's cool. This line's not having a good time. And this one, really. This is the only one that's actually moving smoothly. Yeah, I'll figure it out some other time. I'm just too tired. I'll have to leave it there today, I think. Let's just empty these out. There's no point emptying them, actually, if we know they're stuck. Oh, actually, I did say there's one last... Well, there's always something to do. But I do want to get rid of... Did I get rid of the dismantle crate in the middle of the map? No. But I do want to do that, and I want to end up by the aluminum factory anyway. Because there was one thing I had to delete up there. And then I can plan out what we'll do next time. So I'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday. Try to get it working first, but they will be heavily based on the existing stuff when I model them, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. As it should be, in my opinion, anyway. Oh, I want to go up to the top. Ooh, another truck without fuel. I'll get to that as we go up north. I was wondering if the music has changed. Weird kind of... I don't mind it. It's Final Fantasy 9. I might try to make them taller instead of larger too. That'd be interesting, yeah. All the refineries are really... yeah, I'll be okay with that. Not too much taller though. It's a cool idea. I've never thought about like designing a building. It'd be fun to do that. Sketch one out. Yeah, just get to the petroleum coke factory. It must be the last truck without biofuel. Because some of them are told to wait like 10 minutes, so I just probably didn't catch it. You good now? That one doesn't have any fuel either. It's got nothing. Ah. Just watched it die. Maybe they're not getting refueled. We're just checking here for a sec. Maybe they're trying to get coal or something that's messing with them. No, they don't have any fuel going in. That's good. Alright, let me just head back real quick to this factory and just see like why that is. If their stations have it, they should be okay. I don't think these go anywhere else. See you later, man. Oh, sorry to hear that. It's funny, when my washing machine broke, a guy named Bruno came to fix it. I know it's not strictly your name, but it's close. No, these have the fuel. This doesn't. What's your problem? Why don't you have fuel? Ah. You must be full of coal then. Yeah. There we go. Okay, that could be it. Double check these before I leave. Yep, I think we're all good. Alright, back to the aluminum factory. Gonna delete the dismantle crate finally and turn off the drones that we had delivering liquid, whatever it was, organic material. And that'll be it. Finally getting rid of decluttering. So today, like, I must have removed maybe 10 containers. We placed down a bunch of drones. We got rid of the old coal, so that's good. So kind of decluttering a lot of the old stuff, which is nice. And did some cosmetics. I feel pretty good about that. My name is Bruno. Just trying to choose the channel name. Oh, yeah. I was trying to think of a pun, but I can't think of one. My mind is just slowed to a crawl. Anyway, and see you later, by the way. Thanks. That last truck stop didn't look like it had a fuel belt. Don't say that. I'm sure it did, because otherwise we would have seen by now the concrete stopping. There's no way. It didn't have one? Oh my god. I'm gonna have to go down and check then. I'll check it afterwards. I don't mean after stream. We'll check it in a minute. We can launch ourselves down to get there pretty quick. Not this again. Oh, there was a missing belt in one of the middle stations. It was the old coal one. I was just saying, I don't think there was one that I didn't look at. One of the ones I didn't go down to, you know. The one with the missing belt, that's at the old coal station. Yeah. I think it's okay. I'm gonna chance it then. I think by now, the limestone trucks have to go so far that even with biofuel, they would have run out. We would know. I think, anyway. You have a 10-second wait timer at the factory. We could check. I don't mind checking, I guess. Where's this drone? It's just waiting down here, is it? Probably can't unload. Yeah, it's just full. Well, I'll just leave that here then. I was going to get rid of it, but I guess I'll just leave it. Can anything else fit in here? Yeah. Base. Alright, once we finally burn, even with all the liquid biofuel, we haven't even made a dent. Can't even send in organic material yet, still. Right, so the next thing then, last thing for me is the dismantle crate, which might be at coordinate, no it's not, I was worried it was at coordinate 00. Yeah, I won't remember the name of the label, which one did what, but it could be number 3 that was coal. Like 1 and 2 are definitely limestone. Yeah, I think 3 might be coal. But we'll just, you know, peace of mind, we'll just check it. Oh. Right, what do we have in that container? Steel. Just random amounts of steel. I think I was saying I'd keep it in case I needed more rail, but we can probably get rid of that too. Alright, dismantle. There we are. Been bothering me seeing it on the top bar the whole time. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. That's fine. Right, so last thing to do is go south. Might clear the vehicles from the compass, the drones. Need to see that. Drone stations can be cleared from there too. Right. Let's take a train down. Oh my god. You think we'll get Satisfactory DLC this year? Because they were talking about doing a DLC. I think we will. I think they'll try to get it done for December, like the winter sale. But maybe not. Maybe the focus is just on the console thing. I know it's not fully them doing it, but I don't know. They're very slow with 1.1, I feel anyway. Not getting the update into experimental, but like adding stuff during experimental seems weirdly slow. Like the fixes are quite slow, I guess. Which makes you think like a part of the team is working on other things. Right, so you've got your fuel and you've got your fuel. Yeah, so it's just the coal station. It's disconnected completely as well, like the power's off, so. Okay, but good to know. At least we know. I can sleep soundly now. How are we doing? Nothing backing up that I can see, and just while I'm down here, check that copper plant one more time. Well, the next thing is we could do as well, I know I say this about a million things, but upgrade all of those to Mark 5 belts. Things would run way better over there. And we have all the aluminum now. So, be easy enough to do. A lot of clicks. But yeah, I'll think about what we can actually do properly now for next week, because been kind of doing the same thing for a while with the aluminum factory. Do you think I'd like to do again a little bit more cosmetics, but then it'd be nice to start some new build, and then we can always get back to the aluminum when we decide like, okay, what do we need more aluminum ingots for? Jesus. How are we doing? Truck station, you're full. If the one on the end's full, then we are good. They are really full though, which makes me think like, yeah, are we just not consuming everything at the moment? Could that be why? I never checked the other side of copper factory refineries, so I'll just have a look at those. Everything's on. Yeah, and these, I need to sort out the quick wire output and also make sure that the deuterium is going into stuff all the time. Right, so this looks pretty cool in the dark. Got yellow lights. Don't like seeing that. Still got yellows down on that side too. That's just to do with the copper sheets though, isn't it? Like we saw that those belts aren't running properly, so these will inevitably stop. But I'm surprised that all the other things seem to be running. It's like, oh wow. So we are consuming a huge amount. If it's only like 1 or 2 refineries not taking in stuff at the moment, like what, like 20 in total out of the 400 we have, it's like, wow, it's pretty good actually. Gotcha, you son of a bitch. Yeah, it's a bit more than I thought then, I guess. Could be about 50 of them. Again, just full. Okay. Are you full? If they're full, it's good. You know, if it's short on copper, then I'm like, oh no, that's a problem. But full, it means like, yeah, we're obviously not delivering and consuming all the true copper ore either. So it's easy to look at the stations and be like, oh, they're full. But it's like, yeah, well, we're not fully running though yet. So, again, just quickly look into why that might be. Oh, I know why. Well, it's the exact thing I just said. These ones are sending their ingots into that factory, and it's just not running at Mark 5 belts yet. I'm pretty sure that's the reason. Another floor. Yeah, it's these guys. They were never hooked up to the awesome things, so that's all it is. They're being used 100% when we upgrade the belt, but they just haven't had that yet. They're Mark 4 belts. That's why. That's fine. No problemo. Alright, we're gonna leave it there. That's it for today. Bit of a weird one. I know I'm a little jaded, more than usual. Hopefully people didn't mind. Thank you again for the support. I'll be back on Wednesday and Thursday. I'll try not to miss Wednesday again. I added Friday to make up for it. And hopefully house-wise and move-wise it goes okay. That's the only thing I could see interrupting a stream, because we just don't know exactly the date that we're moving just yet. But the office space will be the last thing to move, because we'll have to get internet and everything up and running in that other place. No problem at all. Had fun. I really enjoyed playing the game. It's great. You're kind of tempted to play that game Roadcraft. The reviews have actually come up now. I think it's in mostly positive. I think it looks kind of cool. But yeah, other than that, I haven't really actually seen too much that I've been considering. So much stuff to keep track of as well. Pimbo dream, goddamn. Yeah, mostly positive. Nice. Seems to be selling well. I enjoyed the demo we did. I don't think it'd be something I put on the channel really, but I'd like the idea of playing it. All right. Anyway, that's gonna be it for me. Thank you very much for hanging out with me today, and thanks for all the support. Even just by being here, you are supporting. Devil Doc as well said, I've been fighting this for a week with the copper deuterium. As long as the truck doesn't decide to stop driving, everything seems fine for me. Yeah, I just haven't had that. I mean, I have seen that, but in any of these streams, it's just not happened yet. So the only time I saw it, it was like when the update just happened, and I was like, oh, two trucks did just stop, not deadlocked, just stopped down by one of the intersections, and I just started them again. It's never happened since. I'm probably just getting lucky, but until it breaks, I'll just leave it. Thank you as well, Fizzer. Oh, excuse me. All right, gotta go. I'll hope you guys take it easy and have a great weekend, and I'll see you next week. Hopefully Wednesday, Thursday. Until then, bye.